Good evening. Today is Saturday, June 27th. I just asked what the date was, June 27th, the time is 5:31. And I'm going to call this special meeting to order. Can I please get a roll call?
Flores Kale.
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
Goza. Also present. Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, that's 7. We're going to next do the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can have everybody please stand. All right, up next, citizens' comments period. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of the City Council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and we ask that you observe the 3-minute time limit. Okay, first up, I have Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, members of council. It's good to be here tonight. Glad you're continuing to work on the budget. I did have a couple things. I did look at some of the presentation. The 314 program, I'm glad that that's going to be looked at again. I think that it's a good idea to stop the rides to the airport. I think this program through the years has been really abused. And when my husband and I moved to this area, we were not in a good financial situation. We were young. We moved to a city where we only knew one other person, one other family. We had to get jobs immediately. We had one vehicle. I took the bus for quite a while. My husband worked odd hours. There was no Uber. We lived in a metro area. We didn't move down to Kyle. We didn't move to Buda. We lived in Austin because we knew there was public transportation. And I think that we should continue to service going to the VA clinic, but to the airport, no. I think we should stop 24-hour service. I think we should raise prices. I think the service should be offered to residents only within city limits. That's who's paying for this service. And the events, I'm glad the events will be pared down. We all think events are great. They're wonderful to have, but as far as what we can afford, we're way over. I looked at the list of peer cities. We're way over that as far as the number of events. I think the market days is a good example to have 8 market days. I don't even think we should have them in July and August when it's so hot out. We should have some market days, maybe in the spring, fall, or when Santa's coming. But I think they should be very generic. Spring, fall, not this market days, that market days. I think those are pretty exclusive. Also, on the June 2nd council meeting, the finance director, council member Zapata said the finance director has consistently reported the decline in revenue to the former council member throughout his tenure, and the former city manager throughout his tenure. The former city manager had shared with council via weekly reports. This is the state of our finances. So it seems that this is something that's been ongoing and hasn't happened overnight. But she also stated that there's many examples of this. But if that's true, why didn't you sound the alarm? Why didn't you alert others about the need to have a conversation about this? You could have brought an agenda item forward for the next council meeting. Why didn't you ask questions until after the formal city manager, who was the responsible party, left? You don't understand how government works. Instead, you're swerving out of your lane, trying to control that's not in your purview. It's the interim city manager's job as far as hiring and firing and balancing our budget. And you need to stay in your lane. That people don't like that. It's not your purview. Our recent payroll audit revealed over half the reimbursements for travel and other expenditures did not have documentation. Why aren't you taking a look at that? There's so much that our city needs help with. If all of this was, you knew that this was going on, why did you vote for the bathroom, the animal shelter, the county campus, the eminent domains? Please be responsible with our money. Please stay within your purview, in your lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a reason that the ding didn't go off? I just want to make sure that the speaker knows when their time's up. All right, thank you. Thank you. It's like the guy behind the curtain. It's the Wizard of Oz. All right, up next I have Betty Conley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Betty Conley, and I'm a resident of Cal. We need to come to the realization that in order to balance our budget and get back on track, we will need to prioritize needs versus wants. It's essential for financial stability that we must slow down and delay projects that are wants and may enhance our lives to the top priorities that are crucial and truly needs, like our roads, our waters, and city costs. By slowing spending rates, it will help create a budget that will support both the needs and necessities for the city. This doesn't mean we eliminate everything altogether and all projects will be canceled. It just means delaying projects and working from the top priorities to the bottom of the budget, whatever is permitted at that time. For example, it is ridiculous to spend $1 million on the restroom in the park when the city does not have the money, and while there are other opportunities to build a restroom for less money outside the park by near adjacent properties. Trails at this time are a want, not a need. We do have trails and we do have parks. Parks blend outdoor recreation and cultural outdoor play and experiences for everyone, but must be upkept, and some of the parks are not. We must keep our parks versus creating new trails at this time for financial reasons. It also makes sense not to invade on other people's property just for a want. Yes, there are those who want certain things for their personal use, and they deserve to have it if we can afford it. Again, it's not to say there will never be trails or any other projects that we have at this time. We just have to slow down. We must all understand the city cannot continue the rate of spending without consequences, as you see now with the deficit from last year's budget. There will be sacrifices that have to be made on all sides, but this must be done in order to create a budget that meets our city needs first, then our wants, while still leaving room for us to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Don Conley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. For those who don't know me, my name is Dawn Conley, and I volunteer at a local nonprofit that resides in the Krug Activity Center, the big brown building in the middle of the city. Starting in 2019, I've been interacting daily with city employees, mostly from Parks and Recs, Facilities, and Public Works. They work hard, and I'm grateful that they find my office a safe place to decompress, recharge, and go back to their tasks. In these brief interactions, you can see their hearts have profound love for the city and community, but they're feeling depressed, stressed, overworked, confused, and unappreciated because of the prior years of poor leadership between 2019 and 2026. Yep, that's 2 department heads and other leadership positions that have solely driven their team to a low morale, and I've witnessed that. I know there's always 2 sides of the story, but when you interact with over half of the department and all the same have the mindset, there's red flags. I thank Mr. Mohit for recognizing the need to reassess leadership positions, especially in Parks and Recs. I've seen smiles come back, the lights in their eyes come back, and they are always coming now and even doing more work. They drop into my office looking lighter and refreshed. Please take time to find the right fit for the department and leadership positions, because the employees need to know that they have the leadership that will also work alongside with them. Lastly, with the budget, please consider prioritizing the parks before trails. We have the wants before needs, but that doesn't mean that nothing can happen for all. And lastly, thank you for Councilwoman Goza for asking about trail sizes. I understand some of the trails may require taking property from community members, and I know you're doing your best to explore all options before making any decisions. Community members that may have to give up their property for trails should know that all options were explored first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, it's Tim, and I apologize if I say the name wrong. Labadie? Or am I close?
My name's Tim Labadie, and I live in hometown Kyle. I'm also the chair of the city's Board on Aging. And I'd like to bring some things to your attention about our public transportation program. Of course, the population of Kyle, is about 60,000 now, and it's growing. Now, the seniors, those who are 55 and older, make up about 20% of our population. And of that number, more than half of those are 65 and older. And when you're 65 and older, you're pretty much on a fixed income for the most part. So seniors need predictability, they need consistency, and they need affordability when it comes to the cost of transportation. Now, the city's transportation program claims that it provides Uber rides for $3.14 a ride. Well, many people don't pay that. They pay more than $3.14. And the cost can fluctuate from week to week, from day to day, even minute to minute. Let me give you some real-world examples based on my son's use of Uber. He's 29, and I'll give you 4 examples, 4 rides that he took. They're all the same ride, from his apartment in Kyle to his workplace in Kyle, 4.5 miles. Same ride, every single time. 2 times he goes and he uses the Kyle program. Uber charges $19.27 for one ride and $18.39 for the other one, for about $4 a mile. Then he doesn't use the Uber app. Uber charges him $6.27 for one ride, $8.88 for the other one, less than $2 a mile when he doesn't use the app. So, and look at your own records too for other examples. About a year ago, before I even got on the Board on Aging, I made a PIA request for Uber records. Look at those records, your own records. You'll find Uber charging $17 for a half a mile, $29 for a mile, $30 for a mile and a half, $25 for 2 miles, $34 for 2 miles. Something needs to be done. It needs to revise. You can save the city a bunch of money. You can save the consumers a bunch of money if you put restrictions on Uber. Make it so that they can only charge $2 a mile for rides within Kyle, where the rider pays a maximum of $5 and the city pays a maximum of $7. At the same time, I think I would ask the city to look into implementing a bus service that's similar to what Buda has, the STAR bus system. Now, in your materials, you mentioned that, and it says that the cost to the city is unknown. Save it a little bit. And so I called up the city clerk's office of Buda the other day and said, how much does this cost you every year? They have 2 buses right now. They're working on getting a 3rd. And this bus service, of course, is just for seniors, 60 and over, or people with a disability. It costs them $75,000 a year to operate 2 buses. And you know how much of that $75,000 they pay for? 0, because they get grants from the county. And they got grants from the county and from Cap Metro to buy the buses. So it's not costing them anything. I saw in your materials that you project to spend over $1 million this year on Uber. That's just what the city's paying. The consumers are paying another $500,000, $600,000 on top of that. We could take some of that money and invest it in a bus program for seniors and the disabled to get them some of them out of the Uber, save you money there, and get some grants. There's also grants available through the Federal Transit Administration of the United States Department of Transportation. So, just some things for you to think about as you're considering what to do with our transportation program. Thanks a lot for giving me some extra time.
Of course. Thank you. Up next, we have Alicia Hill.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A few meetings ago, Councilmember Harris said that Kyle has a revenue problem. Respectfully, I disagree. Kyle has a spending problem. Simply put, you counted your chickens before they were hatched. Every family in this city understands that when finances become tight, you don't continue spending as if nothing has changed. You cut back. You eat at home instead of going out. You skip movies. You postpone vacations. You delay your major purchases. You focus on needs instead of wants. Government should be willing to do exactly the same thing. Core government services should always come first: public safety, roads, water, infrastructure, and maintenance of those items. Everything else should be evaluated by asking these simple questions. Is it necessary? Is it affordable? Is it sustainable? Does it benefit the taxpayer, residents of Kyle? If not, it's a hardline no. Let's discuss the Uber transportation program. I feel it's a nice-to-have item that needs to be evaluated. I recognize that there is legitimate need for transportation assistance for some residents, particularly elderly and those with genuine physical disabilities who may have no other means of transportation. But somewhere along the way, the program lost focus. Tonight's presentation shows that it's grown from $21 million to over $1 million in just 5 years. We've heard public testimony that the program has been abused by individuals who travel to Kyle or other eligible pickup locations simply to qualify for subsidized airport transportation. Whether that represents a widespread problem or isolated incidents, it tells me one thing: the program lacks sufficient oversight and accountability. If we cannot adequately control the program, verify eligibility, and ensure taxpayer dollars are serving the people they are intended to serve, then I support eliminating it and saving us over $1 million a year. If council wishes to preserve some level of transportation assistance, then redesign it. Limit it to Kyle residents who are seniors and those with physical disabilities. Require stronger eligibility and verification standards. I have many ideas about this and can share them with you. Finally, I want to return to something I have said before: trust but verify. That principle needs to apply to every program, every budget decision, and every taxpayer dollar this city spends. This is not about cutting for cutting's sake. It's about fiscal responsibility and not counting your chickens before they're hatched. It's about restoring financial discipline, rebuilding public trust, and making sure that the government lives within its means, just like the families who fund it do. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Matt Boyd. Oh, come back.
Well,
You're done.
hello, guys. As y'all well know, good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, everybody. Hey. The reason that I'm standing here today is just to let you know that I believe in providing a better perspective regarding recent discussions about changes within the Parks Department leadership. There's been a lot of speculation surrounding the departure of members of the leadership team. To my knowledge, 2 of those individuals chose to leave on their own, and many within the Parks Maintenance Division support the city's decision to eliminate what we view as redundant, high-salary management positions. These changes have allowed our staff to focus on what we were hired to do: maintain our parks and serve our residents. We've experienced less micromanagement, fewer unnecessary procedures and meetings, greater efficiency in completing projects that directly benefit the community. In my opinion, it does not require multiple management positions, with salaries ranging from approximately $115,000 to more than $200,000 to effectively oversee this department. Those resources can be directed toward maintaining our existing parks and addressing the infrastructure needs our residents use every day. I've also seen public posts crediting leadership for grants and projects. While I appreciate anyone who contributes to our department's success, the dedication and hard work of frontline employees who implement these projects should also be recognized. As we continue facing budget challenges, I encourage the council to prioritize, maintaining our current park infrastructure before expanding into trails and additional programs. Taking care of the assets we already have should be our first responsibility until the city's financial position is stronger. Thank you for your time and your service. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Frank Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Frank Rodriguez, and I am an employee with the City of Kyle Parks Department. I wanted to speak tonight because I believe it is important for you to hear from employees who work in the field every day. And the recent organizational changes have been portrayed negatively by some, but that has not been the experience of everyone. From where I stand, these changes have improved communication, reduced unnecessary bureaucracy, and allowed our crews to focus on servicing the public instead of navigating layers of management. The men and women in our department take pride in maintaining our parks, our athletic fields, our facilities, and public spaces. Our goal has always been to provide the best service possible to the residents of Kyle. When barriers are removed and employees are trusted to do their jobs, we can accomplish more with the resources that we have. As the city continues to face budget challenges, I encourage the council to prioritize investments that directly improve parks, maintenance, and preserve infrastructure residents already rely on. Maintaining what we have today should remain priority, while the city works toward a stronger financial position. I appreciate the council's willingness to listen to employees who are committed to serving this community every day. Thank you for y'all's time.
Thank you. Well, those are all the forms I have. Would anybody else like to come up and speak? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on. I'm going to close citizens' comments.
Mayor, if I could just make a quick comment.
Absolutely.
We preach so much about transparency and the willingness for residents to come and voice their concerns and voice their appreciation. And it just goes to show right there the culture that we have, that when we have employees that feel comfortable and encouraged to come speak, I applaud you. I really do. I applaud you. You're doing a great job.
Mayor,
You work in an environment that has that. Thank you very much.
I would like to take a 5-minute recess if we may, just to address some of the employee concerns that came up. They were so very brave, and I know that's not something that we can necessarily do from the dais, but I would like to speak with them before they leave. Is that something that we can consider?
Yeah, we don't necessarily have to take a break, but you can feel free to go talk to them.
Then that's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Thank you for the
And
excuse.
does everybody else, we can talk about it if we want to just a short break.
I just want to take a minute to speak with them.
Okay,
so-
don't feel like you can't. You're more than welcome.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, and to address that further, we are looking at unprecedented times. I've been very active in this community for almost a decade, and I've never seen that. And so I feel like our staff, bad or good, feels the ability to come out and speak. And for that, I give all props to our interim city manager, Perez Mohit. So thank you for building that kind of atmosphere where people feel comfortable, staff, council, to come up and speak. That means a lot. All right. Up next, consider impossible action. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide council's direction and priorities regarding the continued funding for the following programs currently being provided by the City of Kyle. The staff presentation will cover the following topics. Discussion objectives, presenter Perez Mohit, public transportation program, presenter Kayla Sharp. Special Public Events Program, presenter Jesse Elizondo. Item presenters are going to be Perez Mohit. And so go ahead.
So Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, I am Pervez Mohit, city's interim city manager. During today's council meeting, we have two very important city programs that we want to discuss with you and obtain city council's clear direction for moving forward. These two programs are Public Transportation Program and Special Events Program. Both of these programs provide valuable services to our community. However, over the years, each one of these programs has expanded significantly, resulting in substantial increases in costs to the city's general fund. These are 100% paid for with property tax and sales tax dollars from the general fund. For example, the public transportation program has grown from costing less than $21,300 per year to more than $1 million per year. As you will see in today's presentation, this program has been providing transportation services funded with Kyle taxpayers' dollars to riders who reside outside the city's corporate limits. Similarly, the special events program managed by our Parks and Recreation Department has also expanded over time, resulting in increased expenditures of over $2 million annually from the city's general fund. Today, we will show you that as well in detail. As the city's interim city manager, I felt strongly to have a public policy discussion with the city council regarding these two programs, particularly as we continue working towards addressing the funding gap within the city's general fund. Today, staff will be seeking the city council's guidance on the future direction, scope, and funding priorities for each one of these two programs. With that as a backdrop, I will now review with you the objectives of today's presentation and outline the key policy considerations for council's discussion this evening. So our primary objectives for this special called council meeting this evening are as follows. We want to present to City Council and our residents two separate discussion items. First, we'll go over the city's public transportation program. Kayla Sharp, our senior planner, is here at this table. She will be presenting that part of the presentation. And then we'll go over the city's special public events program. Jesse Elizondo, our assistant city manager, is here also at the table. He will go over that presentation. We will review and recap key highlights for each one of these two programs. We will clearly identify and show exactly how much each of these two programs are costing the city and its taxpayers on an annual basis. We will show you budget versus actual spending. We will show you total cost of each program that will include the direct costs of those programs and also indirect support costs of each program. A lot of times we only focus on direct support or direct costs of the program. There are a whole lot of indirect costs associated with supporting those programs. For example, if we have a public event, direct costs are associated with the Parks and Recreation Department. Those employees put those programs together. They organize, they administer, they carry it out. But to make those public events successful, we also need help from the police from the police department, from the public works department, and other city departments. So those costs have also need to be accounted for as well. For comparison purposes, we will show highlights of what our peer cities are doing for their respective public transportation program and for public events program. So we'll show you what our peer cities are doing. We'll review cost reduction recommendations for each one of these programs and options for both public transportation and special public events programs. Finally, we will request City Council's direction for each program. Just like we did with you on the CIP, y'all helped us give clear direction on unfunded CIP projects. Very similar to that exercise. At the end of each program discussion, we will ask you to give us direction. And that would include, if you want us to continue as before, no changes, we will do that. If you like us to give us your preference for cost reduction recommendations that we will share with you this evening and options, we will take those and implement those. You may have your own other ideas or recommendations, such as to defer or to eliminate indefinitely, or pause until surplus funds are available. Whatever the case might be, we're open to suggestions and your feedback. And then before I turn it over to Kayla, I'm going to quickly review next steps in the budget development process and show you where we are and what those next steps will be. So in May and June, we discussed the options for closing funding gap with the departments. We've been reviewing each department's line item budget. We've been looking at their organizational structure. We've been identifying redundancies, cost-saving opportunities. That is still ongoing. On June 13th, we reviewed with City Council for your direction on the 5-year CIP spending plan. We've completed that. We're now fleshing out those projects and cost estimates. So when we bring the proposed budget before you, those based on your guidance, we will finalize those cost estimates and projects and bring forward. Today, June 27th, we're seeking council's review and feedback and direction on special events sponsored by our Parks and Recreation Department and the estimated cost of each program. We will also discuss with you public transportation program and the estimated cost. As you well know, a main revenue source for the city's general fund is property tax. July 24th is the deadline statewide, not just in Kyle, it's entire state of Texas. All chief appraisers in every jurisdiction must, by state law, provide the certified assessed valuations to their jurisdictions. So July 25th is the deadline by which the Hays County Appraisal District will provide to the city the certified tax roll. I'm hoping that we will get earlier than July 25th so we can start working on the tax rates with our partners at the Hays County Tax Assessor's Office. August 1st, is the city charter-based deadline for the city manager's proposed budget to be ready and presented to the City Council for the upcoming fiscal year 26-27. August 15th, we're planning to discuss with Council the property tax rates for next year. We will also discuss the water and wastewater rates for the upcoming fiscal year with you and get your feedback on August 15th. August 1st and 15th are both Saturdays. So I just want to remind council that these meetings will be on Saturday. This is something that council requested staff to do. The former city manager was asked. We used to do it on weekends, on Saturdays. Then we were directed to switch it back to regular council meetings. Then the agendas got too long. Council didn't have the opportunity to go into detail, examine the budget. Then staff was asked to put the budget meetings on Saturdays, which is what we are following now. September 5th, which is also a Saturday, our first set of public hearings are scheduled on budget, rates and fees, and property tax rates. We will also have, on that same date, the first reading of the ordinance to adopt the budget, and a separate first reading on the ordinance to adopt the tax rate, property tax rates. The city charter requires that the adoption of the tax rate and the adoption of the city's budget, one of those meetings must occur on a weekday, on a regular council meeting day. So the second reading and the second set of public hearing on September 15th is a regular city council meeting, which is a Tuesday. So August 1st, August 15th, and September 5th are all on Saturdays. It'll be at 5:30. September 15th is a regular council meeting. That will be our final set of public hearings, our final reading on the budget, and final reading on the tax rate ordinance. If there are no other questions on the calendar or timeline, this is just a quick review of where our residents can find all of the budget-related council meetings, all of the presentations, all of the materials we share. They're all archived and uploaded at this address. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kayla. She's going to go over the public transportation program overview. Kayla, they asked me to point it to that camera.
All right, good evening. I'm Kayla Sharp. I'm a senior planner, and tonight I'll be going over the public transportation program with y'all. So a little bit of background on the public transportation program. The Uber Kyle 314 voucher program was established in October of 2020. The program was intended to replace an underutilized bus service and expand transportation options in the area. The airport and VA vouchers were later added in October of 2021, and MT Connect for wheelchair accessible vehicle rides were added in 2022. This program has continued to grow with minimal city advertising. Currently, there are 4 options available. We have the Uber Kyle 314 program, the Uber Kyle airport vouchers, the Uber Kyle VA vouchers, and then MT Connect for wheelchair accessible vehicles. How the current program works, we currently have 3 voucher types that are issued on a monthly basis. Users download the vouchers from the City of Kyle mobile app, which are then linked directly to their Uber account. When users request a ride, the vouchers are automatically applied to eligible rides that meet our established criteria. And then there's some information on where that mobile app can be found. For the Uber Kyle 314 vouchers, 2,000 sets of vouchers are made available each month. Each set of vouchers is valid for 10 rides per month, and it's valid on rides within the established boundaries, which includes city limits in some areas of the ETJ and some areas outside of the City of Kyle and Kyle ETJ. The base cost to the rider is $3.14. The city then covers the next $10, and the rider covers anything remaining over $13.14. For the Uber Kyle airport vouchers, 1,000 sets of vouchers are made available each month. Each set is valid for 2 rides per month, and they are valid on rides to and or from the Austin airport, as well as those established Kyle area boundaries. The cost share for this is 50%. This was changed last year. Previously, the cost share was 31.4% cost to the rider and 68.6% cost to the city. Again, those changes were implemented in September of 2025. The city's maximum contribution per ride for this program is $50 per ride. For the Uber Kyle VA program, 400 sets of vouchers are made available each month. Each set is valid for 2 rides per month, and they're valid on rides to and/or from the Austin VA clinic and that Kyle area boundary. And the base cost to the rider on this one is $3.14, and the city covers the remainder up to $60. For the MT Connect program, this was established in an effort to ensure access to accessible rides for people with disabilities, and MT Connect began providing those rides in 2022. The established boundaries and criteria are the same as those used for the Uber vouchers. The difference here is you don't have to download the vouchers. Users call MT Connect directly to schedule rides in advance. And this one has a flat cost to the rider of $3.14. This one is a little bit different. We have a $14,500 monthly fixed rate plus $25 per ride. So here is an overview of our expenditures year over year. You can see it was not heavily utilized in its first year, and then you can see as the airport and VA vouchers were used, how that grew, and then we added MT Connect. The cost for this program has just grown over time, and we're expecting to spend over $1 million on this year. Going over some of our comparison cities. So these are all the cities that the city of Kyle currently uses as our peer cities. So for Pflugerville, they have an almost identical structure to the city of Kyle. They use Uber vouchers. They have a $4 initial cost. They also pay up to $10 per ride, and they're available 24/7. San Marcos has a fixed route bus service, which is free to users. They have a $5 million annual budget for this, and this program is Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., no weekends or major holidays. Buda has the Star Bus program that is free to riders over the age of 60 or individuals with disabilities. We did get information on the cost to the city after this was posted. So the cost to the city is $75,000 for salaries and benefits and $25,000 for maintenance of vehicles. That's just the cost to the city. They do receive grant funding from both Campo and Hays County to support that program as well. And this one is available Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, no weekends. Leander has partnered with Cap Metro. Their rides are $1.25 per ride. They have an annual budget of $5 million, and they run their program 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday, and Saturdays 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Cedar Park has no established city program at this time. Georgetown also has an almost identical program to the city of Kyle. They have a $4 initial cost that is also a flat rate for wave vehicles. They also pay up to $10 per ride and are available 24/7. Round Rock uses a shuttle service that's like an on-demand shuttle service utilizing a company called Z-Trip, and that is $4 one way, and they have a reduced cost for seniors and those with disabilities as well as active military. The cost to the city for this program is $36 per ride, and they also have limited hours of operation. Of course, Austin has Cap Metro with a very large budget, but they have some services that they offer 24/7 as well as the on-demand shuttle that has more limited service hours. New Braunfels has an on-demand microtransit system through a company called VIA, and that is a $4 per ride and a reduced rate for seniors, veterans, students, and people with disabilities, and that has about a $3 million annual budget, and that program is every day, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then San Antonio has Link and an on-demand or via Link and an on-demand shuttle. And they have also a very, very large budget, and they offer very broad service hours, but again, there are some limitations there. What we're exploring right now, we are looking to implement a resident verification process. So we're looking to ensure residents that are downloading and using the vouchers ride within the established service area boundaries. We're also exploring grant opportunities and also alternate wave transportation options, looking to compare other programs and their pricing to either enhance or replace the services currently provided by MT Connect. Our recommendations for program changes: staff have identified several options to modify the voucher programs to contain and reduce costs. These options are not exhaustive. Program recommendations can be modified by council, or other options can be explored. I do want to note some of these changes can be implemented almost immediately, and some of them will take some time to research and implement. Recommendation 1 is to update the service area. The existing service area boundary includes all of Kyle's city limits, some areas of Kyle ETJ, and some areas outside of city limits in ETJ, including Mountain City, San Marcos, and Buda city limits. Council approved the existing service area boundaries in 2021. And reducing the service area to only include city limits would be reflective of funding provided by tax revenues. So here is the current service area map. Any area in orange that is also within the purple boundary is Kyle ETJ. And then any area in gray that is within the purple boundary is other jurisdictions. So you can see San Marcos down at the bottom, Mountain City, and Buda. So our recommendation here is to update the service area to include only city limits. Recommendation number 2 would be to modify the initial cost to riders for the existing Uber Kyle 314 vouchers. 314 is an arbitrary number, and we have an opportunity to update this amount. Modifying this initial cost could ensure affordability for residents while also reducing costs to the city, while still providing the same level of service for residents. So here's just kind of an example. So option 2A is to modify the initial cost from $3.14 to $5. That's about a $1.86 increase. And you can see here our year-to-date spending through May of 2026 was a little over $408,000. We had almost 49,000 rides with an average cost to the city of $8.39 per ride. Had we changed that to $5, our estimated spending would be about $317,000 with an average cost to the city of $6.53 and a savings of about $90,000. Option 2B, which is staff's recommended option, is to modify the initial cost to $7. Again, looking at this year-to-date expense through May of 2026, we spent about $408,000 with an average cost per ride at $8.39. If we had changed that to $7, we would be looking at a year-to-date expense of $220,000 and an average cost to the city per ride of $4.53 for a savings of almost $188,000. Recommendation number 3 is to eliminate the Uber Kyle Airport vouchers. This would eliminate the service entirely and reduce monthly costs by $15,000 to $20,000 or more per month. And over $200,000 annually. Recommendation number 4 is to reduce service hours. Currently, Uber vouchers and MT Connect services are available 24/7. Reducing service hours will result in some level of cost savings depending on the hours offered. and we have the opportunity to align the hours of operation to match more typical public transportation service hours. About 14% of Uber Kyle 314 rides currently occur between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., which would be a potential savings of about $85,000 annually for Uber Kyle 314 rides alone. Here is our annual savings summary. This kind of looks at if we were to implement these changes going back to October 1 of 2025, what our estimated fiscal year total would be for each option with no change, and then our example estimated total with that change. Of course, updating the service area, we don't have a great way to estimate what those savings would be, but we do know there would be some cost savings there by reducing the service boundary. For changing the initial cost to $7, which was option 2B, we're looking at an estimated savings of $280,000 and an estimated fiscal year total of $330,000 compared to our current estimate of $612,000. For recommendation 3, of course, if we eliminate that, it's 100% savings, so we would be going from an estimated fiscal year total of almost $213,000 to 0. For reduced service hours, we're looking at about $85,000 in savings there just for the Uber Kyle 314 alone, and an estimated fiscal year total of $526,000. And our estimated savings, if all of these options were implemented, would be $540,000. Too far. There we go. Sorry. Of course, October 1st of 2025 would have been starting with our current fiscal year. So if we were to implement these changes beginning July 1, which is just in a couple of days, this is kind of a estimate of what our cost savings could be for the rest of the fiscal year. Again, we don't have data currently available for updating the service area, but we do know it would result in some level of savings. Changing the initial cost to $7 for the Uber Kyle 314 would result in about $70,000 of savings for the remainder of the fiscal year. Eliminating the airport vouchers would be about $53,000 in savings for the remainder of the fiscal year. Reducing service hours would be about $50,000 in savings. And then combined, we would be looking at almost $360,000 in savings for the remainder of the fiscal year. And now I'm open to any questions or anything y'all want to discuss.
All right, I'm going to do round robin, so I was going to go first with Councilmember Goza, and then we'll just go right down the line.
What safeguards do we have in place that limit the number of vouchers, that limit the number of trips? Because some of the feedback that I saw online said, oh, I have taken 12 Uber trips on this program to the airports this month. Now, do I believe that necessarily? Because we probably have safeguards in place. But, you know, I've got to ask about that because that was something that I saw. So whether it's rumor, whether it's truth, I just need to ask about that. Absolutely. So for the Uber airport vouchers, each voucher is set up to only be valid for 2 rides. So unless there's someone that's, you know, has multiple accounts set up with Uber, that's kind of the safeguard, is the voucher itself is only valid for 2 rides, but that doesn't stop someone necessarily if they have multiple accounts set up and they're downloading multiple sets of vouchers under different, you know, email address, phone numbers, things like that. Okay, so do we have it tied to a geographic address then? Like, what kind of, walk me through that. I apologize if that sounds just very elementary, but like, how could that possibly happen? Right, so right now, like I said, the vouchers are valid for 2 rides. When you go to download the vouchers, it asks for some basic information, your name, phone number, email. You would put in that information that's associated with your Uber account.
And then when you click Get Vouchers, it will automatically open your Uber account. You'll click Accept, and then it's linked to your Uber account. If you have multiple Uber accounts, maybe with different, names, emails, phone numbers, things like that, we have heard of very limited reports of people abusing that system and kind of working the
Okay.
system to get more rides.
Do we have like geofencing in place for our system? Because I do know that I have heard of people who live in the ETJ who have been able to utilize the system to go to, say, the airport, et cetera. And so, like, how is that geographically limited?
Yes, so we do have a geofence established with Uber. That's the service area boundaries. If someone is within those service area boundaries, they can use the program. But that's only for if they're requesting a ride from a location within that boundary to another location within that boundary, they would be able to use it. Even if they don't necessarily live within that boundary, it's wherever the ride is being requested to pick up and drop off.
Okay. I yield the floor. I think that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina?
No questions per se. I think all of the recommendations make complete sense. Reducing the service area because we are going into areas closer to San Marcos Mustang Ridge where we can update that area definitely would save us some funding. And then changing the cost. In the future, I would like to see something similar to Buda with the Star Bus. Maybe not just limiting it to seniors, because we do have students that are out there trying to get to work that don't have cars because their parents only have one car or just enough cars to get themselves to work. But something for the future to look into. But I like the recommendations that we have right now, for sure.
Councilmember Zapata?
So I think this is actually really, really complex. So I guess my initial questions are going to be, we have the number of rides, but what is the number of unique riders per month?
I don't have the per month right on hand. I know we've been working on a transit study with a third-party consultant, and they identified that over a certain period of about 3 years, there are about 7,000 unique riders, but I don't have the monthly number of unique riders.
Uber
available.
should be able to give us a lot of this
Yes.
data because my other question stems around like how many unique riders are using each specific program and also the times. As of 2 days ago, Uber released a statement that said, in their real-time marketplace, a trip is defined and costs not only by where it starts and begins, but also by when it's requested, what marketplace conditions exist at that exact moment, including rider demand, driver availability, traffic routing, and estimated trip length. So these are all things that I want to see data for on, are there different fluctuations that occur if someone uses the Uber 314 program at 10 a.m. on a Monday versus at a different time on a different day, because that's going to better feed and help us understand what it is that we need to address as far as public transportation goes. And so I think it's going to be important for us to be able to get that information. And then I also had a question about us being able to track like seasonal usage. So for example, like I have heard from parents, like, oh, well, my kids will take this, to go to school and to get back home. But during the summertime, for example, do we see uses increase or decrease? Because it's something that instead of completely gutting a program, I want to be smart and really look at each detail and say, is it possible that we can find some sort of leeway or other grant program that can help fund that sort of thing? I was also wondering, do we have the percentage of riders that use the full allotment of the vouchers?
I don't have that number on hand, but I can get that. It's not an insignificant number of people that use the full allotment every month, but it's a percentage.
Okay.
I could get that information.
Because I think I would like to know, in our contract with Uber, do we pay like a certain flat rate Or is it money that's specifically put on hold, for example, and then every time someone uses a voucher, it's automatically credited? How does that work?
So Uber, we only pay for rides that are actually taken, and then it's applied to our account. We basically have a line of credit with Uber, so every time a ride is taken, the rider pays their portion, and then we're charged for our portion of every ride, and then we're invoiced monthly for that.
Okay, so if we were to kind of edit that contract, so to say, if we were to reduce the number of vouchers available or increase them for other programs and decrease them for other ones, we would not be charged like any sort of penalty fee or whatnot for it?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have, and I guess in addition to that, because it's geofenced and we're able to track where rides are being requested from and requested to, I would like to see that information kind of like as a hotspot on a map, because that'll also show us where the greatest lack in transportation exists within our city. Because it can either turn out that we have very broad community use and it's going to be spread out evenly across the city that people are requesting to use the services, or it can be the case that we have residents who are primarily in this one area who fundamentally lack like access to public transportation and are requesting it repeatedly. I think that'll better help us going forward. I think I also would like to know how many rides in specific begin or end outside of Kyle city limits. I think that's going to be important because as we're, and I do think I agree with downsizing it so that way it's only within city limits because it's a city-funded program. So I understand that. But for example, when we consider changing the service time, once again, I want to know what is the actual cost, because cutting it down by X amount of hours doesn't actually mean that that's where the real cost savings is at, because as Uber said, it shifts depending on what the demand and traffic and all of that looks like at a certain time. So I think that's going to be important information to have before we can move forward. And then as far as the airport rides go, do we know how many airport rides are repeat users?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. That's something else we
Okay. Do we know how often the city hits the $50 maximum contribution?
When I was preparing this presentation, our average cost per ride was hovering around the $25 per ride threshold. So not to say that we don't ever hit it, but across all of the rides taken every month, we were hovering around $25.
Okay. Because I think what I would also like to see is potentially what our cost savings would be if it, in addition to raising the initial fee to like $7 or whatever dollar it is that this council decides, what it would look like if we changed our maximum city contribution from 50 to 40 to 30 to 20 to 10. I think I would like to see what cost savings we could incur, because it's potentially that we could incur even more cost savings. I think is that if there's potential for us to also look into, and I know that people have mentioned it, but the STAR program, I really do think that's going to be very beneficial. Because I mean, just a quick Google search showed me that like MT Connect, the reason why we had to do that was because the Department of Justice found that the Uber program failed to adhere to ADA requirements. And so because of that, the city was forced to get this MT Connect contract. But, I kind of ran the numbers a little bit. And so if we're paying $14,500 a month, just as a flat rate before a single ride happens, plus $25 per ride, that means the annual fixed floor is $174,000. And if the projected FY25-26 cost is $189,360, then only about $15,360 of that cost is actually being paid for rides. And that implies 614 rides per year, or about 51 rides per month, meaning that we are paying $308 per ride taken using MT Connect. The STAR program, the Star Bus program, I mean, it doesn't have to be the Star Bus program in specific, but I do think that it is possible for us to obtain funding from the Federal Transit Administration through their 5310 program or through Campo as well in order to help cover costs because the city of Buda has pretty much had, since they have started their program, have had all of their costs covered, including the pay for their FTE, for their training, for the scheduling software that they now have. So it's definitely a program that I would like for us to look into because that's potentially some cost savings from MT Connect. I think the other part is, if it's possible, I guess I'm curious as to what this would look like if we created some sort of like tiered program. So for example, if it was like in-city to, if someone was requesting a ride from like in-city to in-city, then it's like $5 or, $3. If it's from in-city limits to outside city limits, price goes up. If it's, depending on how far it goes, price continues increasing. I think I would like to see that as an option as well. But I think overall, I also want to just express like my hesitancy at continuing this partnership with Uber. Since they have been brought into existence, Uber has been found to have been overcharging passengers by millions of dollars. As recently as 2025 of last year, they overcharged folks in downtown Chicago who were using a similar program by $1.8 million. I also saw that there was another study done in 2017 and showed that they were overcharging riders in New York State alone by $7.8 million. So this means to me that the gentleman who came up and spoke and shared that information about the fluctuations in pricing, I really do think that it is definitely possible. I'm not saying that it's for sure, for legal reasons, but I think it's definitely possible that Uber can be increasing the pricing that is used based on whether or not someone is requesting a voucher. Because I haven't seen their terms of agreement, but there likely is some sort of wiggle room in there if we're not aware of it already. And so I think in long term, I would like for us to just move away from the Uber program because I think it ends up costing taxpayers more money and it ends up costing us more money as well in the long run, especially because we're not investing in, for example, a bus that at the end of the day we own and that we can utilize in other ways. We're just continuously paying into this private entity. I think that's all the feedback that I have for now. I think I just need a lot more data in order to better understand what the landscape of the Uber program is like. So that way, if I know what changes I'm making here, I can understand how to better come up with solutions to solve for some of the gaps that might be shown to me and made visible via the more data. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I'd like more data too. That would be very helpful. I do have some concerns. My knowledge about MT Connect is that it's been very difficult for passengers to use. They require that passengers or prospective passengers make reservations far in advance. They aren't always on time. Sometimes they're waiting a long time for them to be picked up. We definitely need something that's accessible, but they don't seem to be serving us well. For the cost should be fixed for the passenger. There should never be a surprise, and there always is. They should never be thinking they're going to pay $3.14 and it ends up being $15. I am concerned about increasing the fees, especially to $7. A lot of our senior citizens and people with disabilities use this service, and that's actually unaffordable for them. If they go to the CAS for lunch, lunch costs $6 at CAS, and they're paying $14 to come and go, they could certainly order in lunch for that amount of money, but they would not have the other benefits of being at CAS. So I think that we need to be very, very careful that we are not pricing some of our neediest residents out of the service. I would not have any problem with reducing the service hours. I do understand that a lot of the late hour people are ones that are working jobs that are overnight jobs in town. But I think that would be an okay thing to do. And I do not have any problem with eliminating the airport services. The VA, I think we would need to discuss. That's certainly a good benefit, but once again, it's totally outside of our service area. There's a lot of people that go to the doctor in San Marcos, and we're not able to serve them with that. So I do think we should consider.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember McKinney?
Well, thank you. I actually brought a lot of these issues up around this time last year, and I was told that the transit study was going to answer a lot of the questions that I have. Am I hearing that we don't have that completed yet?
So we are still working on the transit study. I don't have an exact date on when that will be wrapped up, but I know it's coming soon. So that will answer a lot of the questions that have been brought up tonight. So we will be sharing that as soon as it's available.
Literally a year ago, I was like, 314 is an arbitrary number. I think you could raise it to $4.99, and in people's mind, it's the same number. $5 is a different number from $4.99, though. Like, it's mentally, it triggers something different. There's a reason why retailers price things the way they do. I share Councilmember Harris's concerns that $7 might price people out of the ability to use it, especially our most income restricted residents. And I know there was a lot of fixed income seniors that use this program, a lot of disabled people that use this program, a lot of youth that don't have significant incomes that use this program to get back and forth to work. I don't want it to cost them so much they're not able to take advantage of it. In my mind, I wish there were a way that we could have some kind of an income-based tiered structure, but implementing that would cost us, I think, more than what it would end up saving in the long run. So have a hard time, agreeing to go all the way to $7. I think there's somewhere in the middle. I think the $5 is something more attuned to where my mentality is at. I was also in favor a year ago of completely eliminating the airport vouchers. I feel like if you can afford to fly out of the airport, you can afford to get to the airport. And this is somebody who's flying almost on a weekly basis at this point now. I will say that those parking prices have surged a lot too, though. I was trapped till I got my card to read $130 leaving the airport last weekend. But I've also Ubered back and forth on my own dime, and it's run me almost the same, both ways. So I can understand, people's desire to use it. It's just, I feel like the cost of it is more than what we can afford at this time. And then I cannot get behind reducing the service hours. I remember seeing a time heat map last year when we were talking about this program, and there were some times that jumped out significantly in my mind. And I want to say it was either, I was looking specifically at Friday and Saturday nights after, I think, 11, 12 o'clock. And I want to say it was 257 was the number that sticks in my head. And I don't remember if that was both days combined or if that was the average between the two. But I remember saying there's not a doubt in my mind that at least one of those rides is somebody who did not need to be behind the wheel, who probably saved at least their lives, if not everybody, whoever else was on the road at the time. And for the relatively minimal cost of reducing the service hours versus the dramatic impact it would have by having, I don't want to use encouraging intoxicated drivers on the road because it's not a fair assessment, but ultimately that would, in my mind, be the end result. I can't get behind it. So, I've heard some complaints too about the bus service for handicapped people. I would love to look into something similar to what the Butastar buses look like, especially if we can pursue similar grant funding, things like that, so that it doesn't fall squarely on the shoulders of our taxpayers. But I think that we can do a better job providing those services than what we're getting. I certainly don't feel like we're getting our dollar's worth out of our current arrangement. So, that's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we are evolving as a city. And when Uber was first brought up to us, this was just the first pilot program to offer our residents to get around town. But, so if you don't mind, I'm going to just briefly read an email that came through from a resident. I won't give her name. It says, the Uber program is good in theory, but as a wheelchair user, only having one van and having to make reservations days ahead and often can't get the time you need, and having to go through a dispatch numerous issues for pickup once you're out has made it so difficult to get out of the house that I don't use this anymore. Would the city consider using or partnering with the CARTS program? I guess kind of like what we're talking about now with Buda. So there's that option there. I think it is possibly time that we do raise the rates. I think $7 is probably too high. Maybe we can do the 5 for the ride campaign, $5 for the ride, and start off as a tier like we were trying to do with the Waters thing last year. Start off that way. Again, we can always go back and change if things can fluctuate and go back and forth. Number 2 or number 3, I'm with Councilmember McKinney. I'm kind of hesitant on the hours. I know Dr. Harris has it brought up issues for the elderly, and you brought up for those who go out and enjoy themselves and get behind the wheel, right? We're concerned about that. Mine has to do with students. That parents have reached out to me, I think a year and a half ago, that a lot of the students from the high schools that use it for extracurricular activities, or mom and dad are stuck in traffic in Austin and can't pick up their kids till 7 or 8 at night. They need to get home because practice is usually over at 6. That they have Uber accounts set up for their kids to be able to use to get home, especially after school practices and so forth. So considering that. And I think we just need to do a better job, or how can we monitor a lot better with these accounts, because it does seem kind of fishy that you have all these vouchers that are going out, and we could have somebody that's applying for multiple accounts just to get those vouchers, and then to go in and cancel those accounts. And just, it's so easy to open up a brand new email address and then take advantage of the city and the taxpayers on that end, because there's always going to be somebody that's going to try to beat the system somehow, and you never know how it is. So we monitor it that way. And the other thing is the grants. I saw that you said that we might be looking at grants. What kind of grants are out there? Are they local? Are they state? Or are they federal? That can kind of tie into this Uber program? Or if not, if we are to look at maybe going with somebody like CARTS, that company, and have a bus service that goes around, would that be able to benefit getting funding if we were to decide to go with that kind of a bus service? Because at least there, it's on a weekly basis, it's on an hour by hour, and we can have different pickups across the city where people can utilize that bus, especially like we can have one right at Krug for the seniors. Or my thing is, I would like to have a bus service ready to go for the new senior citizens, the new building up on Daisy. That would be a great pickup spot, and that can also have another drop-off at the hospital. So I think the Uber program was good. I know it was a pilot program, and it took off and it exploded. But I think now we're evolving as a city. We should look at other options as well. That's just my input on that.
Absolutely. I know for the grant specifically, that's something that we know we'll get a lot of insight on from the transit study, is what kind of grants are out there and whether they would primarily benefit kind of more the seniors and the wheelchair accessible vehicles, things like that. There's a lot of grants out there to help support those types of programs, but also it would help identify what grant options are out there for other public transit services. So that's something we intend to get a lot of information on coming from that transit study.
Great. And Ms. Zapata, I know you're a big grant writer, investigator, researcher. Maybe if there's any feedback you can do on your end that you know of, maybe it could help the city look into if there's a specific grants that you know that you've been experienced with or you can find to help out on that. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So I was here my first term. A few months after this program was implemented, you were not. So just to be very clear, Kayla has very little to do with this. So I do appreciate you giving this presentation because I'm sure there's a lot of information that we just don't know. So I want to confirm first and foremost that non-taxpayers are utilizing this program.
Yes, anyone that's outside of Kyle city limits, so if they're in the ETJ, if they're in Mountain City, Buda, San Marcos, if they're within the current established boundaries, they are able to use the program.
And what year did that pass?
That was in September of 2021. The original boundary was only city limits. So for that first fiscal year, it included only city limits, and then going into the second fiscal year, it expanded.
Okay. How often does Uber provide the city rider information?
We're able to download it at any time, so they don't necessarily provide us reports, but we have an Uber dashboard that we're able to download information from.
And what information, do you know what information that provides?
It provides a lot of information. It provides stuff like request time and date, pickup time and date, drop-off time and date, latitude and longitude for pickup and drop-off locations, the cost to the city.
Does it give cost to the rider?
I believe it gives the total cost of the ride, not necessarily just the cost to the rider, but we have the cost to the city, so we can.
So we would have to figure that out ourselves?
I believe so. It might be in there. It's a huge Excel spreadsheet, so there's a lot of information that comes if we download a full report.
Well, I would think anything over $13.14, like, it'd be pretty easy to figure out. Our cut's 10, so.
So in 2023, we did have some of that information, and the information was inconsistent because it showed the same amount of number of drivers going to the airport that went to the VA. So either all the veterans were going to the airport, or which is not plausible, or the numbers were wrong. And so when I brought that up, nobody cared. Not a big deal. And so I was hesitant from that moment on. What does oversight for this Uber program look like for the city? How do we monitor it? How do we make sure we're within budget? What does that look like?
It has been historically fairly limited. When I first kind of started overseeing this program, my role really was just issuing the vouchers every month and answering any phone calls or emails that came through. We have a little bit more insight now, especially looking at the reports regularly and things like that when issues arise, but it's still fairly limited. We issue the vouchers monthly. We handle any complaints that may come in, try and figure out, what went wrong, things like that, but the oversight has been fairly limited.
And how long have you been in that role?
I started about 2023, I believe, is when I kind of started taking some of it over, and then it's kind of progressed.
I'm confused because you're in planning, right?
Yes.
So why would somebody in planning be over a transportation program?
So this program really didn't have a home. It started out with our assistant city manager, Jerry Hendricks, if y'all recall. He was the person driving this at council's direction. He was a lone person doing this in addition to his other responsibilities. So it was a part-time management, oversight, and monitoring. After Jerry left, we had to find a home, and it ended up in planning for whatever reason. Public Works didn't have dedicated staff, planning didn't have dedicated staff. We still don't have dedicated staff for this program.
So we don't have dedicated staff for $1 million program. What could go wrong? Okay, so, and that's no dig on any staff. I'm just saying, like, Kayla's department is extremely busy. They have to look at plans, development agreements. I'm just so confused as to how this became under her purview and not somebody in the transportation. And I know nobody over here can answer that. That's my concern. So another concern is Uber the only business entity involved in this program?
So we have the Uber program and then MT Connect, and they're technically two separate programs, so it's just those two.
Okay, I asked that because earlier today we talked about Georgetown and Pflugerville. Let's take a quick look at those two. Georgetown and Pflugerville both have programs through TRIP, TRIPPP. That is a program that was run by our previous Mayor Pro Tem, Rick Koch. So he took our city's program and sold it to two other people, and he also went to the county and he went to Buda, didn't pass there. I want to ensure that we don't have previous council members making money off of our taxpayers. So I think I would like to see the contract, and I would like to know all the businesses that are involved. And I looked it up. I knew Pflugerville was presented with a program because one of their council members told me, but then I went and did a search and I saw that Georgetown was also TRIP. So that is not an assumption, that is a fact. So that's a concern of mine. I want to make sure that our program is strictly through Uber and then MT Connect. Another concern of mine is the inconsistency of the cost. When that gentleman came up and spoke and he gave the two amounts, I was like, are we hurting our residents by having them use our city program, or are we helping them? So if we decide to move forward with this program, I think cost needs to really be an issue. It's something that we look at and that we can negotiate. I do support the VA, although I would like to see numbers on how many times it's used. I am okay with reducing times. And my thought is, reducing the hours doesn't mean people won't pay for their own Uber. So I would like to think, me as a person that goes out and drinks, if I don't have, and again, this is going back to the inconsistent cost. Like, maybe it's cheaper for me to get my own than to log on to the cities and then because I know Uber goes, the cost goes up as events go up. So if it's like a holiday or if it's a certain hour, those costs will go up. So without the numbers, though, in front of us, it's really hard for us to decide, do we want to cut these hours? Or do we, how do we want to move forward with that? Finally, I want to say in 2023, when we took a trip to Washington, we had spoken to several representatives, and they told us, and that was a long time ago, but they told us there were no grants, that the Uber program within a city was really innovative. And at the time, it's been 3 years, that there was no grants available. So if I was going to get a grant for my city, I would hope to get a grant for a bus system. I've always supported a bus system because I feel like it's consistent. It's certain hours. Most people can afford it. But it would just have to be a good system. At the time, people didn't want to do it. Other council members didn't want to do it because of the cost. And they said the cost was going to be $1 million a year, which is exactly what we're paying this year. So I'm going to go ahead and do these recommendations so we can give staff the direction they need. I am going to make a motion to approve recommendation 1, updating the service area only to the city of Kyle, city of Kyle limits. That's a motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina.
I have discussion.
Just discussion, yeah, please.
Go ahead.
So I just kind of put in, and apparently the VA covers or reimburses rideshare services like Uber, Lyft, etc. for eligible veterans. So that's something that if we're paying that, that's already covered apparently for certain people under VA eligibility. So I think we definitely need to look at that. I think we also need to look at renegotiating like surge pricing, et cetera, in addition to some of the other recommendations that we're already doing. I support limiting the hours. I support limiting the geographical service area. We need to come down on this, but if a veteran is eligible for reimbursement on this rideshare, we should not be paying that, is just kind of my recommendation. And so I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
So I think my concern is that regardless, because according to what we just learned, regardless of whether or not we update the service area, it's geofencing by just whether or not someone drives into the area. So it doesn't matter whether or not we necessarily update the service area, because people just have to drive 2 or 3 blocks down to actually just be located within Kyle city limits, and then they can request the voucher. So technically changing the service area doesn't necessarily improve the outcome that only people who live here utilize it, because all they have to do is drive into the middle of town in order to utilize it. So my question is there a way in which when you download the vouchers, we can request an address? Like if we request all that other information, we should be able to request an address and then set like a certain number of, vouchers per address. I think the other part of it is that if it works like a credit card, for example, with the way in which like the rides stack up, why can't we just use it like a fixed credit card to where we look at what the cost is seasonally based on like, every single month, and we say, okay, per month, we're only gonna set it we're only gonna spend $50,000 this month. Once we hit that amount, sorry y'all are on your own, but the city has done what we can do. I think that's my other suggestion is like, why can't we do something like that? Because I still think that shows good faith on the city's behalf of us trying to provide as much as we can. And this would only apply to the 314 program, not to like the VA or MT Connect. But limiting that, I think based on trying to hit whatever our target number is. I'm not sure if we're trying to hit that 700,000, like from 1 million to 700,000, or if we're trying to go from 1 million to 450,000. But I would be curious to see what that number looks like month to month, because like I said, we could just kind of work it that way and say, listen, we're only going to spend this much per month. Once we hit that hard limit, that's it. I think that's like another question that I have is to like, why couldn't we approach something like that? And then I also wanted to say that when it comes to the VA vouchers, does that apply to the service area? Like, how that works as well?
Yes, so for the VA vouchers, if your ride starts within the Kyle service area and goes to the VA clinic, if you've downloaded the VA vouchers, then it would apply. And then it works in reverse. If you're starting at the VA clinic coming to the Kyle service area boundary, it would also apply.
Okay. Would there be any way, have we tried asking Hays County as to whether or not they would help us cover the cost for example, for like our VA vouchers for those that live in like the Kyle ETJ area?
I'm not sure if that's been asked, but that's something we could look into.
Because I'd be curious, because I do want to make sure that all of our veterans are supported. And so I don't know how many, we don't have the data in front of us, so I don't know how many live outside of, city limits or how many are utilizing it. But it's a program that I think is really important. I talked to a few veterans today who gave me a call and let me know that they really utilize this program and that it's very, very helpful. So if anything, I wanted to see what it would be if we just completely covered the rides point blank. Because if it's such a nominal fee right now that we're paying, we give more out in grants, to the VFW, every year. So I would like to see what it would be if we covered that cost completely for 2 free vouchers to the VA. Even if it's within this updated service area of like in city limits, but I would like to see what that cost would be. And then also for us to look at partnering with Hayes County potentially to cover the ETJ VA voucher stuff.
We can absolutely look at that. And then to answer your first question, we are looking to implement some sort of resident verification process that would say, yes, I'm a Kyle resident whenever you go to download the vouchers. There's different ways that could work, so we're looking at the best option that, has some more oversight without requiring too much staff time, since we don't currently have a dedicated staff member. There's a couple of us, myself and Transportation and Public Works staff that work on this, so we're looking to implement that.
Okay, and then I had another question, because I always, use it in English, but when you go and download from the City of Kyle app, is it in Spanish as well? Like the ability to like read the directions and download the voucher?
I do not have the answer to that. I know typically we have to have some sort of accessibility for like our website and things like that would translate to Spanish for Spanish users, but I don't know if it works for.
Okay, because I don't think I saw it on the app, but I would like for it to be available in Spanish for users. Especially because like I've already heard from so many folks that it's already difficult to figure out and navigate for some. And then I have a hesitancy in just telling veterans to rely on a reimbursement, because it still means money coming out of their pocket, going through bureaucracy of like filing for reimbursement. You don't know how long that wait time is going to be, and so on and so forth. So I want to do as much as we can to also protect that program. And I don't know how other council members feel about this, but like I don't necessarily feel comfortable making a lot of recommendations today without the additional information or without these other options explored. Because I can't say in good faith that I would be making the best decision possible today.
No, I agree. I think we can do, I'm looking at this, at least 3 of them. I'm okay with that. I would like to see the numbers for the VA. My only concern about would be if we paid for it and then they got a reimbursement, that would be a loss to the taxpayers. So I think that would just be something that we need to be mindful of. Again, maybe we hold off on that one until we get the numbers to see if it's even really worth having that conversation. If it's like, 100, then yeah, I'd totally be on board with paying for that. If it's all 400, then that needs to be a conversation. Would you be okay with holding that off?
I mean, because the total cost of the program right now is what, $14,000 until the end of the year, and we're a city of 73,000, so that's like 0.00 something. Could
you go back?
Cents.
We're just looking at the VA use.
Let me see what slide that is. Can we go to slide 14, please? This one, thank you.
Yeah, so the total estimated cost for FY 25-26 is $10,440, and that's for like the entire fiscal year. And so if we're only going to be covering the $3.14 on 2 vouchers, that's $6.28 in total that we would be paying. So my question is what would that, like what total number would that bring us out to? Because, and I'm wondering like what else we can do. I guess I'm not so concerned about the reimbursement necessarily part of it, because I think regardless, if you are looking at this and you estimate that there's 73,000 or so, and a couple handful hundred of residents here, then that is such a nominal fee. Like it is such a nominal fee in order to make sure that we're taking care of our veterans.
The VA pays $314?
The VA the riders pay a flat rate of $3.14 per
Okay.
ride, and the city pays the rest up to $60, but I haven't seen any that have hit that
Okay.
$60 threshold.
Mayor
And
and
the VA
council.
program pays 100%.
Go ahead.
Mayor and council, it would be my recommendation. I'm running out of time. I have to present a proposed budget to council by August 1st. So VA, you can exclude VA from this recommendation list and just decide on the other recommendations.
Well, I will say, seeing that it's only 10,000, I'm okay moving forward with that. I mean, I don't want to just think of $10,000 as nothing, but I'm comfortable paying that if that's, and maybe keeping it the same and not paying for all of it, but keeping it as is.
We can leave the VA program as is,
Okay.
unchanged.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think that, I don't want to touch the VA program because I think it just provides such essential services. And if anything, I'm trying to find ways to like beef it up. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion. The motion was to update the service area only.
Thank
and
you for
I
getting
was-
us back on track.
Yes, I don't, yeah, I wanted to make sure that we understand that when there is a motion, I think it's a good idea that we discuss just what that motion is. And really updating that service area, I think is something that we can all agree on. Councilmember Kenny?
Yeah, in regards to the service area, if we're talking about having an address verification system or something along those lines, which I think is not a bad idea, at what point do we draw the line with how much per household we're willing to allow? If you've got people, with, 5 or 6 people in the household, and, maybe you've got a father, wife, mother, and a teenage kid that has an account, or if you have an elderly parent that's living with you, they have an account. Is it abusing the system, or is it utilizing the system the way it's meant to be? And so, if we're talking about limiting it to households, we need to talk about what those limits are going to look like.
Well, I think Councilmember Zapata had a really good idea of, we have 50,000, whatever the money is, $50,000 a month, and when it's gone, it's gone. And so
I've
that
been in
way
favor of that
it's-
from day one, having a hard cap, and once we're there, we've spent the money, and I apologize that we don't have more for you.
It's true. We're doing the best we can with what we have. All right, so my motion was to update the service area to only the city of Kyle limits. I got a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, up next, we have the recommendation to change the initial 3.14 cost to $7. I am going to say the 3.14 was very specific for Pi, and Pi is gone. Like, we're no longer the Pi capital of Texas, so it would be silly to move it up. I am hesitant to move it to 7. I think it would be idealistic, but I think 5. Or anything else that anybody else would recommend?
Start off with 5 and then go from there.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to recommend changing the cost to the Uber passenger to $5.
Second.
All right, all right. I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney.
Discussion on that.
Yes, a discussion.
Can we bring down the cost that the city covers? Like, for example, in one of the other cities, it was like they only cover $10, and ours is like we cover up to $60.
No,
Or
for that one, I
50.
think we just do 10.
That's for the VA.
Yeah.
We cover up to 60. In the airport, we cover up to 50. For the 314, under the current program, we cover up to $10.
Okay, all right, never mind. We're good.
All right, so I have a motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, up next, we have a recommendation to eliminate the airport vouchers. Somebody else got to make a motion.
I make the motion to eliminate airport vouchers.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Save us a lot of money there.
It's a lot of money. Okay, up next, we have reduce service hours. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
Yes. Okay, so by reducing the hours, what would be the hours that are we recommending to reduce? Because again, I'm looking at it from the point of students. And are we going to where we're reducing the hours till after 6 o'clock that it's no longer available? Or are we looking at another time frame?
I would, go ahead.
That's kind of where I'm looking at.
Councilmember Goza?
Apologies. So from the slide, it said that 14% of those rides occurred between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So those are the hours that we're looking to reduce per the slide. So staff can feel free to correct me if that's incorrect.
So it's not after school hours that like the cap would be 6 p.m. I was thinking that.
10 p.m.
Okay.
to 6 a.m.
Okay, 10 p.m.
We can look at any hours of the council's choosing. That was kind of what we considered like outside of kind of normal hours. Most people are generally home before 10 p.m. and may not leave for work until after 6 a.m. But looking at some of the other peer cities, they had some different hours. Some do, I'm looking at 5 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. were the service hours. Some do 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. We could look at different service hours, but what we had kind of considered outside of normal service hours was the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So what a
That's
6
adjustable.
a.m. to maybe 1 a.m. could be safe?
I would like at least midnight,
Yes.
because I know there's some retail positions that the stores may not close till 11, and they may be local, and so if they're not letting out until 11, then that would put it after their 10 p.m., but still provide some level of savings while having some local flexibility, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
So 6 a.m. to midnight. Any discussion on that? Councilmember Kenny?
Again, kind of going back to the, saving lives part of it. Maybe if we're going to reduce service hours, which I'm not in favor of, maybe Sunday through Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday, have them open a little bit later. And I would say tie it to whatever the drinking hours are. I just want to get people home. I want to make sure people are as safe as we can make them and encourage them to make good choices after they've made poor choices.
Well, I'm going to fall back on the fact that I don't know if they're really saving money by using our program. Is my only concern. Like,
I've
I would
had that
be.
concern before too, and on the handful of times that I've Ubered around town, I've tried to spot check, if I'm riding with somebody that's using the program. I pulled up on my own, and it's been within, I'm going to say pennies, within 10 to 20 cents either way, because I've had some concerns about whether they're dinging us just because they can. And again, I was told that our transit study would tell us whether that was happening or not. So I'm frustrated that we don't have that information present in front of us. So
Well, the gentleman,
I brought that up in the past.
the gentleman that came up and spoke, you're talking about 3 times the amount.
Right.
So his son went to the same place through the city, 1925 and 1839, without the city's $6.27 and $8.80. So my thought is, if they're going to Uber, they're probably going to Uber either way, and we may be saving the money by not having them use the city program.
If they're charging us more for using it.
Yeah,
Agreed.
again, should we
But we
pause this
don't-
one?
Well, are we talking about service hours or are we talking about just the
Service hours.
the rate? I'm in favor of pausing or not changing the service hours. I think having it available 24/7 is a huge benefit to all of our residents. If you have an emergency at 3 a.m. and you need somebody to take you to the hospital and, you can't get an ambulance to show up, like, I don't know what situation that would be, but I'm just trying to imagine like worst case
I
scenario.
avoid the ambulance, it's too expensive.
Councilmember Goza?
I'm just going to toss this out there, and this may not be popular, but I believe if you are out drinking, which is the scenario that CM McKinney proposed, like, I believe you're probably going to have money to Uber your way home. So I'm not necessarily certain that that's a good expense of taxpayer dollars. So if you're out partying, do the taxpayers need to pay to take you home? I think that's a responsibility of you as an adult. And I will reiterate that it's probably not going to be that popular, but that's just kind of my stance on that. So apologies.
Don't apologize. How do we feel about that?
I mean, I would lump that into not drinking and driving is the same, but it still happens. I want to encourage good decisions where we can.
Yeah, I think for me, it's hard because like in other cities where like people do go out drinking, for example, like if you're in Austin or even San Marcos, there's a bus system. So like regardless if they're not using Uber, they're still using a form of public transportation that is safer than being on the road, and it's still funded through taxpayer money, right? So I think like regardless, because if we were to do like a bus program here, people would be using it drunk or sober, right? Like either way. I was wondering if we were to do like the Thursday through Sunday between these hours, what if we just cut back the amount that we cover? So like, for example, between the time like the bars close, so like let's say from like 12 a.m. to 3 a.m., we only cover $5, not $10.
I think that's something we could look into with how the vouchers are currently structured. I don't know that we'd be able to capture that all in one voucher. I know Uber has a lot of ability to customize things on their end, but we'd have to see if that's something that they would be able to do within our current structure, or if we'd have to maybe like issue separate vouchers for things like that. I don't know what that looks like.
Can we do 12 to 3 a.m., $7 per rider instead of 5?
Mayor, the tier system is going to be without a dedicated staff.
I know.
It's going
You're
to be
right.
very difficult to manage and administer. Either we do it 6 a.m. to midnight or leave it alone.
I'm going to make a motion to reduce service hours from 6 a.m. to midnight.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. By second, Councilmember Medina. I'm going to do a roll call vote.
Can we have discussion on it?
Oh, we can have a discussion. Go ahead.
Could we do, was it Mayor Pro Tem who said until 1 a.m.? Could we do until 1 a.m.?
Yeah, I would like to amend my motion. Now, remember, we have to vote twice. I'd like to amend my motion to go from, was it 6 a.m. till 1 a.m.?
Second.
Okay, so that's for the amendment. And so now we're going to take a vote for the actual motion for the amendment. Okay, so we're going to take a motion to amend from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. I could have sworn I just did that. Okay, so that's a motion.
Second.
And a second by Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes 7-0. So now we're going to vote on the
You
6
vote on the
a.m.
motion as amended.
Yes,
correct.
motion as amended.
Does my second still stand?
Yes, it does.
Sorry.
You just take the vote now.
All right, we're going to do a roll call vote, please.
Tobias,
Yes.
McKinney,
No.
Medina,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Goza.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-1. All right, that was tough. Thank you, guys. All right, it's your turn.
Next is Jizzy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Now we will move on to special events. See if I can, where do I point this thing at? There we go. Okay. Okay, all right. Just a couple things before we get started. I would be remiss, Mayor and Council, if I don't say thank you guys for being here tonight. It's Saturday night. I know you guys work all week. You have families, you have kids.
I had World Cup tickets.
Oh, no.
I was supposed to be watching Messi play right now.
So thank you for your time. I will also say and reiterate that this is incredibly important for the upcoming budget. As Interim City Manager Perez accurately said, it is coming very quickly, and as you saw already with the Uber savings and what you will see with the special event savings, these are tremendous amount of dollars that will not only be savings for this fiscal year, but the upcoming fiscal year and future fiscal years as well. So thank you guys for being here. It is very important for the budget, but we do know it's Saturday night and there's a lot of things that you guys would probably rather be doing. The other thing I will tell you is the numbers when we get to the summary specifically for this presentation. I think our interim city manager sent an email out today. They have been scrubbed a little bit and revised. We're actually working on them all the way up to today. Apologies to anyone that was looking at the presentation before, but we wanted to make sure that they were as accurate as possible as you guys will be voting on these. And then, of course, by the end, we will have the updated numbers put back into the presentation for anyone that looks at it in the future. But I just wanted to make sure it's not a tremendous difference, but they will be a little bit different than what the presentation was. So this is the overview of what we'll be going over. We will go over each event one at a time, and feel free to jump in and throw some comments in and conversation. But don't think that you have to, when we have the actual slides for each event, that you have to remember all the numbers or calculate them all, because at the end we have a full summary of all the costs and the savings, and we'll go one by one through each one, with much like we did with Uber, and like Pervez said earlier with the capital program, so you guys can discuss them one at a time. So for special events, the other thing I would mention on this slide is we are not talking about recreation programs. So we have special events, which are, Cal Fair, our big destination events, and then smaller events that happen throughout the community throughout the year. But we have an entirely separate section of recreation programs that happen, as you all know. We're not talking recreation. These are just special events. We have 43 special events that happen across the city annually. The programming is for all ages, and many of them are free to the community. Obviously, there are some revenues that come in from these special events, mainly vendors when they have to sign up and pay, sometimes some permitting. The events span anything from arts, culture, holidays, and civic celebrations. And you can see on the right, and we'll see throughout the rest of the presentation, no shade on the Uber presentation. But if we're talking special events, we're going to have pictures on all these slides. So. And good pictures too. We have over 35,000 participants that come to these events throughout the year. We have several of our events, as you'll see, we have participation numbers for each one, are tremendously attended. I know you guys know this. This is also a fun presentation to give because I know you guys all go to these events. So I don't have to I'll explain them for anyone watching that may not know, but I know you guys know all of these events that we're going to go through. We have over 850 vendor applications across all the events. A few quick things related to the budget. Cal Fair, the annual operating budget, this is just the current budget for these events, is $796,500 when you add them all together. However, a few caveats on that. $314,000 that goes into Cal Fair is hot funds, so that's not out of the general fund operating budget. And then the holiday lights is out of the parks maintenance division. It is general fund money, but it's set in a separate line item in park maintenance. So when we say, we'll get to it, I'll call it out. But when we say that the holiday lights event costs $15,000, I know that some of you will raise an eyebrow and go, no, I know that those lights cost a lot more than $15,000. The lights are in a separate line item, and we have looked at some recommended reductions in how we could save money on those lights as well. So we'll talk about that. These are all the events we have. When we say 43, there are a few that have a series. So movies in the parks, there's 11. Kyle Market Days, there's 8. But when you add them all up, we call them 43 events because from a staff perspective, every single one of those events has to be planned, has to be staffed, has to be put out. So you say, well, you have movies in the park. Well, we have it 11 times. That's 11 events that are put on by our staff. So 43 events. Don't worry too much about this slide. It's a little aggressive. There's only one point to this slide, and that's just to say the importance of making this decision today. These events are not done a week or even a month beforehand, depending on the size of the event and how many people attend the event. These events are planned months and months beforehand. So when we talk about Cal Fair and possible reductions to Cal Fair and things that we can do, we're planning Cal Fair already. It's a 12-month prior to the event, and there's a tremendous lead up to a lot of these. So our Parks and Recreation Department, our Special Events Department, they track all of these. They know when vendors need to sign up. They know when they need to go get bands, and some of the lead times can be quite a bit. Bands, they want to get booked all the time. So they want to know months ahead that they're booked, and so we can't just say, hey, can we go grab a band in a week? If we do, it's not going to be a good one. A quick look at our peer cities. This is a telling slide. I think someone mentioned it even in the public comment. And I will just a caveat to this. These are special events that are put on by that city's staff themselves. So many of these cities have way more events than this, but it's nonprofits, it's other foundations that put them on. So if you're looking at a city that you go to an event, go, I know they have more events than that. This is specifically the city staff putting on the special events. These are our peer cities. You can see the population size, and I mean, I'm just going to say it, we have a tremendous amount of events compared to these other cities. The average, as you can tell, is somewhere between 18 and 20 from these different cities. We're at 43. So I only say that to say in recommending scaling some of these back and lowering them, I wouldn't want the council to think, oh my goodness, now we're going to have hardly any events and stuff. We already have a tremendous amount of events. So if we're scaling some back, if we're making recommendations on cutting some, it's not to the detriment of how many events we're putting on compared to our peer cities. Obviously, that's a policy decision from council. So let's jump right into it. Let's look at the events. First one up, Cal Market Days. And every one of these slides will look very similar. I'll walk you through it. The first is just explaining what the event is. Cal Market Days is held the second Saturday of each month, April through November. We have 8 of them through the series. They have rotating themes and community celebrations. I know you guys all know this. You all have been to Market Days. There was already a 10% across the board cut that affected Cal Market Days. The staff cut back. They haven't completely eliminated it, but they cut back on some sound and stage components to save some money on Cal Market Days. And then we'll have the recommendations. So that's the middle cost saving measure. And then we'll have some, on each slide, we'll have recommendations for this year and future years that staff is putting forward and want to discuss with council. Obviously, any changes or recommendations that council wants to make, it's up to council from a policy standpoint. But staff has looked at every single one of these and evaluated them, and these are recommendations that staff has come up with. For Market Days, the recommendations are to fully eliminate the sound and stage of Market Days. That is the main cost of Market Days, is getting the stage there, getting the sound, paying for the music. Something you'll notice with some of these events, special events are kind of funny. There's main costs that go into these events, and then once you get down to a nominal cost of an event, you really only save money by not having it, because you have staff costs, and once you get down to a certain cost and you have 11 events, you're really not, you can't tweak the savings any more than just canceling some of them, because then you get the cost of the staff that's working it coming back to the city. So we have 8 Market Days. If we eliminate the sound and stage, which is the recommendation from staff, that lowers the cost of Market Days to a very little cost, because that's the main cost. We've also just, not for nothing, we get a lot of complaints from just the sound and noise from Market Days. It's just, we get a lot of 301 calls. We get a lot of complaints. It's very loud. I know people enjoy it and it's a fun part of it, but we do get a lot of complaints from it. It's very loud. So the other recommendation is to reduce event frequency from 8 Market Days across the year to a quarterly series. So we have 4, one every quarter. The estimated cost savings, and we'll walk through this in a second, for all of those cuts would be around $110,562. So large cost savings. Obviously, we're cutting down from 8 to 4, and we're losing the sound and stage. So it's a large savings for Market Days. We have a little bar graph at the bottom of each one of these. I'm going to walk you guys through it, and then it'll be the same on every single slide. We're not going to focus too much unless council has questions on 24-25, but we wanted to show you the previous year. I'll call your attention to fiscal year 25-26 from left to right. The approved budget, like interim city manager said at the beginning, the approved budget is what you all see in the budget. That's what most people think. That's what this event costs, right? $125,000, that's what was budgeted for Cal Market Days. That is the cost of 8 events, sound and stage, everything that goes into it, right? Direct cost forecasted, that's really just the staff's forecast on what it would cost if we continued forward with some that you'll see it's $80,000 instead of $125,000. That takes into account the 10% that's already been reduced and cut out of it. And then the indirect costs are exactly what Pravez said earlier. Those are the PD, I would say fire, but fire helps us out at their own cost, which we love and thank them tremendously. But they're at a lot of our events and they eat those costs as well. But it's fire, any public works, any other entities other than parks that are helping out. It's typically 95% overtime. It's them just using their staff to help the event. Average attendance, obviously that's the average attendance of the event. Revenue forecasted, that's any money that we have coming in from vendor booths or anything like that. And then the average total staffing cost, that is the overtime cost, separate from PD and other public works. That's the park's overtime cost. So to Pravez's point earlier, it's very well said, when you say Kyle Market Days costs $125,000 to the city, it really doesn't. It costs $125,000 to put it on. It costs $3,150 for PD and Public Works to participate, and it costs $6,974 for the overtime for the park staff to participate. Again, you don't have to pull out your calculators or remember any of these numbers. At the end, they're all summarized with the full costs as well, and we'll go through them one at a time. I just want you guys to see as we go through this, some of these are shocking when you say, I know what the budget for that special event is, but when you add in the overtime costs and the PD and the public works, it's much higher than probably what you were thinking. So that's
I do have a question.
Yes.
So for fiscal year 24-25, the approved budget was $125,000, and without everything else, meaning the indirect cost, the direct cost was $164,280, meaning we went over by almost 40 grand.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
There are a few of those, and we can speak to why, but that will not be happening
Thank you.
Okay, so that's what, again, we're going to take these one at a time for full discussion once we get to summary. So unless you have a burning question, feel free to jump in. But when we do the summary, like we did with the Uber, I'm assuming with each one we'll do a full conversation. But feel free to jump in if you want to ask a question.
I'm sorry, just the math is not mathing for me, and I'm not sure if I'm just not mathing correctly. But we have a recommended reduction in cost savings of $110,562 for FY 26-27. But if we're looking at FY 25-26 for our direct costs, indirect costs, and our total staffing costs, that comes below the 125,000, and that comes below 110,000.
Right.
So technically, wouldn't that?
So that calculation, you're right, and that calculation was if we were not taking into account the 10%. So we went back and we're adding all of it together. So 125,000 plus the indirect costs plus the staffing costs going into 26-27. The 10% was, 3/4 of the way through the year. It was a kind of a scramble measure to everybody reduce 10%. We're looking at, if we're moving forward to 26-27 from what we had in the previous budget, which was 125,000, it would be reducing it from that number. So that's the 110,562.
Okay, so then what number would that put us at exactly for approved budget for FY 26-27?
It would be 110,562 minus the 125. I believe that's in the summary when we get to the end. But yes, it's starting fresh from the full budget of 125. I see what you're saying about the 80,000 reduction. I thought it would be a little complicated to take the 10%, then add it, and then move that over, to just start with what was in the budget, 125, and then take the additional costs. I think it's easier just to show that as the reduction.
Okay, so
forward.
it'd be, okay, I'll hold my other questions, but it'd be 14,000 for the year for 4 events.
That's right,
next year.
and and that's also eliminating the stage and the sound, which then makes putting the market days on and 4 events, which makes putting it on very a small cost, because that's the majority of that cost is the stage and the sound and the performers and all of that. So it drops it tremendously, yes. The next one's Easter Extravaganza. This is giant Easter egg hunt. If you guys have ever gone to this event, it was canceled, sorry. It was canceled this year because of a big rainstorm that came in. If you've ever gone to this event, it's wild. They put out a tremendous amount of eggs. I think it was, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it was a astounding amount of eggs that they put out there. 80,000 eggs. If you look at the average attendance, 1,500, that's typically kids. I'm sure there's some adults out there. But to go run all at the same time and grab 80,000 eggs it's wild to watch. I know it's a very well-attended, popular event. There was no 10% reduction to this event. It was actually canceled this year, but we were able to contact a tremendous amount of and partner with a tremendous amount of other outside entities to make sure those eggs found a home during Easter egg hunts, so they did not just get thrown in the garbage. We don't have a recommendation for reduction for this specific event, mainly because of what I said earlier. It's eggs and staffing. So we could reduce the number of eggs, but with 1,500 people there, kid picks up 2 eggs and they're all gone, may not be as fun. And really what we're looking at from a recommendation from council at this point for this event is either have it or don't have it. Our recommendation is to have it, and there's really no significant cost reductions for it. July 4th, oh yes, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, because it looks like we have like a story time, petting zoo, magic shows, are those things that we can cut out?
I think those are either very nominal costs or they're partnerships that we have that
Okay.
don't cost us anything.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. July 4th, we had a full presentation on this, so I won't belabor it. Going into July 4th, which we're about to hit, and it should be very nice. It's going to be at Lake Kyle. In case anyone thought it was at La Verde, it has moved to Lake Kyle. It's going to be great. It's going to be so much fun. We had it previously to Councilmember Zapata's. This will be helpful for when we walk through the budget of it. This event had grown, if you remember, to a full event, 50 plus food vendors, craft market vendors, live entertainment. It was a full show, right? So the reduction this year, as we talked about only a couple council meetings ago, was to reduce the entire event to just fireworks and the staffing costs. And we, in that, got direction from council to move it to Lake Kyle, which I think will be a great event there. A lot of people will be able to see it that didn't attend last year. So I think that'll be great. Our recommendation, staff's recommendation, obviously up to council, is to continue with that model. So just fireworks and or a drone show for the 4th of July. Not the big event, not all the vendors and all of that. This is an estimated cost savings of $97,871, one we are realizing already this year, and we'll continue to realize it in future years. It's that major reduction in all the things we've already done this year for the 4th of July. So our recommendation is to continue forward with just having the fireworks and the drone show. Cal Fair, this is a huge one. Everybody I know on the dais knows Cal Fair. I saw all of you out there. It's a 3-day, what do we call it, Textravaganza. Fajita, ribs, margaritas, competitions, carnival attractions, lawn games, live entertainment, big drone show at the end, which is very cool. I have to say, some of the things they make with the drones are amazing. I saw one fall out of the sky while they were doing it too. Like they lost one during the show. It's heavily attended. It's actually been growing year over year. There were 10,000 the year before, almost 20,000 this year. The special event staff did a great job of kind of reconfiguring it this year, brought the boundaries closer, so it felt much more highly attended, much closer. You could get to things easier without having to walk too far. It does bring in decent revenue, significant revenue. It is $314,000 of hot funds. However, in discussions with staff, the recommendations for not only cost reduction measures, but also for staff as well. The 3-day event it's a tremendous lift on our staff. I know you all have all talked to the staff that all attend. And everyone had the same consensus that the 3rd day is a little bit sparse. A lot of people, the big kind of end of the weekend is Saturday night. There's a big headliner band. We have the drone show. It's crazy attended, very nice. And then the last day, some people come and it's fun, but it's a huge drop off in attendance. So one thing that we were talking about that we wanted to recommend and see what council thought about was restructuring it to a 2-day event. Staff could take the 3rd day and take some time off and relax. There would be a good cost savings of reducing the event to 2 days. Saturday night could be the big blowout, end of Cal Fair event. That's our recommendation. Based on the calculations, it could save us $156,812. And we have also talked about an evaluation of outsourcing the event. We don't know if that would be a cost savings or if it would cost us more. Certainly, it would be less stress and weight on staff. But if we went to a company that puts on the entire thing and we just pay them to put it on, How much control would we have over it? What could we, you know, those are all questions that we would have to ask and come back to council with. But that is something that we're looking into. For now, really, the recommendation is restructure it to a 2-day event instead of 3. And you would save. I'd be remiss if I didn't point this out. We have a budget of $314,000. Someone wants us to hear them. $314,000. The indirect costs, if you will, I know you guys have all been out there. The police presence, which is incredibly necessary. Public safety, you know, it's very hot out there. I think there were a couple people that had to go to the medical tent while we were out there. $27,930. It's significant. And then the park staff, huge kudos to them during these 3 days. They are out there all 3 days, all the time, setting up, breaking down. I mean, it's a large cost, $57,535. So those costs come down obviously by making it 2 days, and so that because all of those overtime and staffing costs don't have to be out there all 3 days. And then also the cost of, some of the costs are sunk because, you know, the carnival cost the same for 2 days or 3, but we could negotiate those contracts and stuff. So our estimation is about $156,800. So we can discuss the 2-day event when during the summary. Center Street Trick or Treat. I'm not sure who all has attended this, but if you have not attended this, it's also a wild event. It says average attendance 400, but it certainly feels like more than 400 down Center Street when the kids are all running for candy and everybody's, you know, crammed in that event. It's a lot of fun. We have food vendors, we have market vendors, community costume contests, interactive experiences. We like this event. Staff likes this event. We had an event, City Fest, that at the direction of council we have canceled, but there are elements of City Fest, like some of the vendors, like some of the market vendors, some of the staff stalls that we could set up that we could restructure and combine with Center Street Trick or Treat without having any additional costs. So really just combining elements of City Fest with Center Street Trick or Treat. They were both around the same time. It's a $15,000 approved budget event. The indirect costs are about $1,000 and the staffing costs are about $3,400. So our recommendation, the real savings isn't with Center Street Trick or Treat, it's by canceling City Fest, which we'll see in just a minute. But it's being merged with this event, elements of it. Okay, Santa's Arrival. This is a big one we're gonna have to talk about. Santa's Arrival is the official lighting ceremony of the city of Kyle. This is when we have the stage, we have performances, the city council goes up there, flips the big switch. Santa's there to take pictures and photos with everyone. We did not have any recommended cost-saving measures for the 10%. However, this is a $25,000 budgeted event. There's indirect costs of about $1,000, and again, staffing costs of $3,487. This event coincides very closely with Santa's Rides. Santa's Rides is when Santa gets on a sleigh. I don't know if any of you all were eagerly awaiting Santa, but he gets on a sleigh and PD takes him around through neighborhoods all over town. There's on our website, you track him where he's going, and these families and people in town eagerly await Santa to come right by their house. We had a wreck. I'll just tell you a quick story. We had a wreck, just totally, Santa didn't wreck. We had a wreck just totally separate from Santa that blocked off one of the streets. His 2 cars had wrecked and they were taking care of it. So we had to reroute Santa this year to go around this one street. And we got so much feedback of why didn't Santa come. Now, they to their credit, to the citizens' credit, they didn't know that there was a wreck and we had to reroute them. But they were outside waiting for Santa to come on his sleigh to take pictures. And he never came because he was rerouted. So that's just a story to tell you, people love this event. They wait for Santa. Their kids are outside their houses waiting for. So staff's recommendation for cost saving is to pair in some way the Santa's Arrival with Santa Rides. So rather than have a separate event where we have the stage and the sound and the lighting, we would completely remove Santa's Arrival as an event. So $29,462 in savings. And then when we kick off Santa Rides, it would be right by the lighting of the trees of Mary Kyle Hartson, and have Santa kick off from there and ride, and also have the council there, and also have pictures with Santa and stuff. So basically merge the 2 events in the kickoff while saving almost $30,000 on a separate event. So that's our recommendation. We can discuss as we go. Grinch on the Green. This event
Who's that guy in the green?
This event has been growing in popularity, largely due to two things. An incredible Grinch that comes into town during Christmas that is the best Grinch I've ever seen. And then also a massive viral communications effort that they do every year that gets our incredible communications team that gets awards like crazy on all the stuff that they're doing and promotes this. I think at one point we had a national news coverage on our Grinch and the series that we did. So this to us is an event that is really well attended. It has been growing, so we don't have any recommended reductions for this, but keeping the approved budget at $35,000, we think we can enhance it without overspending, and we think we'll see more attendance grow at this event. City Fest, this is a pretty easy one. At council's recommendation, we have canceled this event, but also merged elements of it that we thought were good and inexpensive with the Center Street Trick or Treat. This was a $40,000 approved budget. Mayor, to your point, this one went way over budget. I'd appreciate if you didn't dig into that. There were elements of, I'll just tell you, there were elements of that event that were requested well after the fact, and we accommodated. I believe we tried to make it up in other ways, but that event got very large very quickly. Live entertainment, there was bands, there was Touch a Truck, every city had a booth there. The city booths were very popular. There was a lot, it was right after the budget, there was a lot of people that wanted to know and visit each booth and talk to them. So those are the elements, the communication between the departments and the citizens, those are the elements we'd like to move to the Center Street Trick or Treat, where there are city booths there where we can talk to people about what's going on with the city and they can ask questions. That was very popular. This event has essentially been canceled and merged with Center Street Trick or Treat. The full cost, the $40,000 plus indirect and staffing, is $52,617. So there's a large savings by canceling that event. 25 Days of Christmas. This one is a month-long holiday celebration. It's the whole month of December, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There are themed events. It changes. Some are larger, some are smaller. But there's food and craft vendors. There's themed events. Kids and adults activities. I will say, this is the slide I was mentioning, the approved budget for all of these activities all throughout December is $15,000. The staffing cost is another almost $11,000. So just having the staff out there every single Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday through December is a large cost to the city, plus almost $5,000 for indirect costs. Reduction measures for this is, from a staff perspective, is to reduce the frequency of these events. So instead of having one every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of December, either one when we get closer to Christmas or two, leading up to it, but not every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of every month. That would be a reduction. The other large cost for what we include with 25 Days of Christmas is a $500,000 Christmas lights budget. There is a long history of these lights. We won't go into it, but I will show you that the approved budget of Kyle Fair is less than the lights budget for 25 Days of Christmas. Just pointing that out. So what we have looked at from a staff's recommendation standpoint, given budget constraints, is there are elements all over the city that we light up. There's La Verde, there's parts of Lake Kyle. We really, in evaluating it, thought that Maricao Hearts and Park and the lights and the structures there is really the 25 Days of Christmas. That's where Santa's rides kick off from. That's where apparently we have people propose to get married there every single year. All times of the night, you drive by there and people are out there. We really feel, from a staff perspective, that is the 25 Days of Christmas. So we were saying, look, if we're gonna reduce the light budget, if we're gonna try and save some money, given the upcoming budget, how would we do it? Well, it would be, let's see what it would take to just make that the focal point, that the Maricao Hearts and Lights, the structures, all of that stuff. And that's about $150,000 to do all of that, wrap the trees and rent the equipment and all of that type of stuff. Well, that is a large cost saving from the 500,000 that we budget the whole year. So putting all of that together, reducing the frequencies of our 25 Days of Christmas, and also the large reduction in the lights, and keeping Mayor Kyle Hartson lit up and looking fantastic all through December, it would be a $365,000, 168 reduction just for that event. So that's a tremendous amount of money just for reducing one event and still having the lights out there and how people can go through and enjoy it. Santa Rides, this is what we talked about already, multiple neighborhood routes. If you look closely, you may recognize Santa. Multiple neighborhood routes throughout the community. Santa and Grinch visits and accompanies him as well, which people eagerly await for whenever the Grinch is available. You never know when he's available. Free and accessible holiday experience for residents that come by their houses. This is really like a community experience that is very cool and very unique. So we love this. The approved budget of it is $5,000. The indirect costs are higher for PD 8400 because they're also escorting. They take pictures with the community, and staffing costs is around $2,000. In combining this, you'll see this on the summary, in combining this with by shutting down the Santa's arrival, we actually save a lot of money and can still put this on and kind of merge the two. So we'll go through these last ones pretty quickly. Founders Days and Veteran Day parades. These are the parades that go through on those days. We don't have any recommended reductions for these. They're relatively low cost as far as a budget is concerned, but the community really comes out and loves them. And I'm pretty sure people would throw stuff at me if I recommended taking away the Veterans Day parade. So approved budget's $2,000. There are some indirect costs. The staffing, almost 7,500 is overtime for our employees, but we did talk and look at maybe how could we just maybe have less people out there and maybe do some reductions there, but still support the event from the city standpoint. A few others, really quickly. Again, we don't have really any reductions for these. They're smaller budget events, but very popular and important. Memorial Day ceremony. These are all held at Heroes Memorial Park. Memorial Day ceremony, the 9/11 ceremony, National First Responders Day, Flag Day. Each one's about $1,000, $1,500 to put on with some nominal indirect costs. These are important events and well attended. We don't have any recommendations other than potential agency partnerships for National First Responders Day. We think that maybe just to enhance the event, we could have some participation from many different agencies, and we think a lot of people would love to join us in celebrating National First Responders Day. And then finally, Jams on the Green. This is hold on, I gotta remember this, hold on. 6, there's 6 of these, 11 movies in the park, 6 Jams on the Green, okay. I was gonna get them backwards, I thought we had 11 Jams on the Green. We have 6 Jams on the Green, the approved budget. This is, by the way, if you've never been to Jams on the Green, it's at La Verde Park. We hire bands to go play in the evening. I think we do have some vendors there and some activities, relatively small. But the cost of the bands, it's 6 times throughout the year. The cost of the bands and the activities, there is a cost. So it's $24,500. Nominal indirect costs from PD and other agencies, but we do have $3,000 in staffing costs. They're pretty well attended. Our evaluation for reducing is just to make these quarterly as well, just once a quarter. And we have the reductions on the final summary slide, but we just, from a staffing perspective and from a community attendance perspective, we just think bringing them down to once a quarter is probably appropriate. Movies in the park is exactly what it sounds like. We play a movie in the park. We have 11 of them throughout the year, so almost one a month. Again, high staffing costs for the park staff to go out there, and it's not just the special event staff, it's our parks maintenance staff, it's our beautification staff. They go out and help, which is tremendous, but it's also, overtime, and it's a lot on them as well. So our recommendation is to reduce those to quarterly as well. So just one movie in the park every quarter. We didn't want to remove the attraction altogether, the event altogether, because it does have good attendance and people enjoy them, but having one a month, especially when we're looking at recommendations to reduce, seems excessive. Story time in the park, we have no recommendation to reduce this. This is a reading in the park. It's relatively well attended and people like it, so there's just really no reason to reduce it. And then Traps Unplugged was our previous Parks leadership was trying to bring other parks departments together to have an event. I think it was relatively well attended, but just moving forward, we thought that's one we probably just wouldn't keep going with. So that the recommendation is to eliminate that event. We only did that 1 year. It hasn't been an ongoing thing. So, my goodness, I'm done talking unless you guys have any questions. We will now go into the summary. We have the same question for you all that we had for the Uber and for CIP. It is, yes is I would like the recommendations of staff. We like what staff's recommending and we will go forward with it. No is don't change anything. We don't want to change anything at all. Just leave it the way it is. And other would be, discussion, that comes out of, it may not be exactly what staff's recommending, but some other version of that. So I will turn it over to our mayor to kind of run through these events, but we will start with Cal Market Days. We're obviously here. We do have our special events manager here in case there's any really detailed questions about some of these events. But we'll kick it off with Cal Market Days. You can see from left to right the approved budget. The total forecasted cost is exactly what Councilmember Zapata was talking about earlier. That is when you put all the indirect costs and the staffing together. So that's the true cost of the event. And I'd be remiss if I didn't show you the summary of this at the very bottom. $796,500 for the budget, but when you put in all those true costs, it's over $1 million. So that's what it truly costs to put on these events. And as we went through this, myself, Amber, Pervez, interim city manager, this is very important to show because many people think this is what it costs to put on the event, the budget of the event, and it's actually quite a bit more. So it's very important to walk through this and show the council this. And then also, you have the attendance there, you have the revenue forecasted there, you have the staff's recommendations, and then the estimated savings, which if you took all of staff's recommendations, it's almost $500,000 with what we consider very little impact to the community and to the events based on the recommendations. And when you add in the cost, the reduction for the lights, the savings jumps to $840,000. So while we think it's not a tremendous cut or reduction in the events themselves, saving almost $850,000 by going through these and scrubbing them is a real win, especially given our current budget constraints. So we'll start with Kyle Market Days, and I'll hand it back over to the mayor.
All right. Do we want to do round robin or just raise our hand? I don't know if anybody's going to want to discuss these individually. Go ahead, Councilmember Goza.
If we're going to start with Market Days and go down individually, that makes it so much easier. But Market Days has been a bone of contention because every time I've gone out to one with friends who, as a vendor, or that I'm out there with something, the music is so incredibly loud, especially if you are on Burleson Street where Krug Center is. It is almost impossible for our vendors to do business because you cannot hear over that. And that has been a pervasive complaint because in 2024, I was out there multiple days with a friend of mine who's a vendor. I had some other stuff going on, with doing petition, et cetera. And it was very, very difficult to hear. So I am absolutely in favor of reducing that. Even I was out there during, I think it was the Pride event that we had. And so we had a band that was in the gazebo that was also powered up. And it's I almost want something that's more acoustic that is lower because you can literally hear it from all of the parking spots as you're walking through there. And it's just kind of overpowering, especially if you've got sensory. And so it's reducing that would almost just make it more of having an ambiance instead of it being this focal event. So I think it would make it way more welcoming, but that is just my opinion. But just seeing the cost savings that we have in that, I absolutely think it's worth it. The people do like the Market Days. So I have absolutely zero problem with that recommendation.
Councilmember Medina?
I agree with cutting out the staging as well with the music. That makes it a lot more of a peaceful event for the vendors that are out there, half of the day trying to either sell goods or get whatever media out into the public that they're trying to get out for their own causes. One question I have with removing the staging area, how many more extra 10 by 10 spaces do you think we could get into that spot for the revenue?
That's a great question. Tori, do you want to come up and maybe answer that, or? Sure, yeah, you can go to the podium.
Tori Hill, I'm the Special Event Division Manager for Parks and Recreation. I would say with removing the stage, we've already done that. Currently, we have not utilized those spaces for vendors because we cannot fill those vendor spaces. We currently don't fill the vendor spaces that we have.
Okay.
We never meet that threshold. So we could potentially add 15 to 20 vendor spaces with removing that stage, but regardless, we wouldn't meet that threshold.
Do you think that, I mean, we don't have large price points, or 60 for food, 45 for craft, 30 for nonprofit. Do you think the price is at all a factor, or is it just because of how many events that we have?
Personally, the factor in which that we don't receive vendors for this is largely due to the infrastructure downtown. The feedback that I've gotten is that it's not worth it for people to vend at our event. In competition with other vendor events. They would rather go to a vendor event where they get consistent attendance than come to our vendor event where they don't get that consistent attendance.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, then that would definitely make sense, cutting down from 8 to 4, especially if we're having issues bringing in the vendors. I was going to ask, what it would do for our revenue to increase the spaces by $5 each, but if we're already having issues filling the spaces, then I would rescind that recommendation. And leave the costs at what they are, just trying to look at other ways of bringing in extra revenue while we're there.
Correct.
But, okay, perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Zapata?
Councilmember Medina, just real quick, I think you're spot on to there's so many elements to special events, but if we go from 8 to 4, then I think they will be better attended because they're, more sparse, and then also probably the vendors will get more out of them because there's more people there because there's only 4 of them throughout the year. So I think all of it kind of rolls into a better event overall.
Okay, so I think for Cal Market Days, I've heard a lot of feedback from a lot of residents. And I think I also want to equally express my dismay that we canceled Hispanic Heritage Month, especially for a city that's, 51% Latino. I think, to me, that felt like a little bit of a slap in the face. So because of that, and also this kind of hesitancy or wish to move to like seasonal themes, my request would be that we keep a pride theme. These events, after you cut out the professional sound and stage services, cost $3,500 to host in the upcoming year with the cost savings estimated. I think that we should have that pride themed one. And then if we wanted to somehow recognize all the different cultures that exist here within Kyle, I would like us to maybe look at like an international day. So where we could combine AAPI, Diwali, Hispanic Heritage, Juneteenth, and align it possibly with Hayes CISD does some international days at their high schools. And this would also be potential to bring in, if it was going to be, for example, one of the fall designated events, we could also bring in a lot of, just performances and whatnot from Hayes CISD in a way that is more inclusive, because I think we would actually be able to celebrate more diversity if we did one that was international themed. And so I just want to make sure that the other two, events that we have, if we're only going to have 4, if other people feel that there's important themes that need to be celebrated, then I'm all up for it. But I really do think, and I will firmly say that pride is exceptionally important. There are so many kids, and I'm trying not to get emotional, but I remember the first time that I was called a dyke, and I was 11 years old, and that does not leave you ever. And so if it costs $3,500 a month for this city to put on an event that would help a child feel welcomed and loved and appreciated and not feel so alone, it is more than worth it. It is way, way more than worth it. And I think it is worth celebrating that. And there have been comments made that somehow pride is political. Being LGBTQIA+ is not political. It is not a political statement. So that would be my request. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Harris?
I do agree totally with the elimination of the big bandstand. I know a lot of people that are vendors there, and it is just impossible to do business. You cannot talk. I do think when we raised the prices for the vendors, that was a problem. And I've talked to a lot of the vendors. Our costs are higher than some others, so they go to other places, especially if they're being held on the same day. I think quarterly we might have a little trouble getting vendors to come quarterly. There's just not enough consistency there. Some of them now have consistent customers that come, every time we have a market day. A lot of our vendors are locals. So I think going to quarterly for that is probably not a really good savings for us. I think Market Day is a great event. I think 6 times a year would be good rather than 4. Eliminating July and August, probably the vendors would be appreciative of. Several have told me that they would rather not have a July and August one, that it's just too hot and the buyers don't come. The residents aren't showing up for that. So I would like to keep it at 6 days, eliminate the band. I like Councilmember Zapata's ideas on international and LGBT themes. I liked these themes as they were. They were kind of fun. They gave everybody a sense of this is cool, this is ours, this is our time. So I don't think I would vote to eliminate it down to 4.
Councilmember McKinney?
Now, I feel like somewhere along the way, we kind of lost track of what a market day is supposed to be. It's supposed to be an opportunity for, local entrepreneurs, local vendors to come out, have a location, a place where they can peddle their wares and pair them with customers at a relatively minimal cost. And I don't know that it necessarily needs to be anything more than that. I think keeping it simple is kind of the way it should be. Not to say that I don't support the cultural aspect of kind of what we were trying to merge, but I don't think that a market day is necessarily the right venue for those things. I would put it to our Arts and Culture Board to maybe come up with some options where we can honor our, Hispanic Heritage Month, Pride Month, these other things, perhaps in an alternative setting from market days. But I think just kind of simplifying it, making it what it was originally intended to be, is going to be the way to salvage it. I have some concerns about dropping the number down because I think you're going to lose vendors. You lose vendors. I don't want to see it die because we can't put it on often enough. So, just to your credit, maybe you're right. We'll have better attendance if there are fewer. My concern is that the vendors that we have are going to find alternatives and then not show up if we don't have it often enough for it to be worth their while.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
Okay. I'm totally opposite on a lot of that. But yes, I did hear a lot of complaints about the stage. So of course, I think that would do the savings. I was kind of looking at it, moving it towards like we do, well, they used to do with the Pecan Street Festival, just having it twice a year. just having it twice a year, spring and fall. That's it. And maybe the vendors that you spoke to, what was a lot of their reasoning on why? Is it because they're competing against other markets? Are they competing against other festivals? Because that's one of the things that we have to look at as well. Not every vendor may be able to be there every weekend. So that's probably why we're losing the numbers. But if you drop it down to just twice a year, you might be able to say, hey, look, this is in Kyle. We can make it a lot bigger by just having a spring festival or spring market day and then having something in the fall. And of course, eliminate summer altogether so they can go and do that on that end. Because I'm looking at this as far as the money goes. That's where I'm at right now. I understand the culture part. I've been involved with that. Everybody knows about 2-3 years ago, along with Vanessa Westbrook and her foundation, we supported the Hispanic families event at Krug, where we had Hispanic families from Kyle, and we welcomed them to share their stories. And I remember Yvonne was out there when we had all of that. But I think for me right now, I'm looking at the dollars right now. And so 402 at $125,000 for a budgeted, to me, those numbers, that's like less than a football game, for that. And so I know not a lot of people are going to agree with me, but a quarterly would probably be okay as well. But I'm looking at it just doing it twice a year, eliminating the stage, eliminating all of that, and just have that way we can try to bring in more vendors that we know that can come in, because I think quarterly might also affect it as well. But it's hard to say because I don't know what their mindset is. And like I said, I know they want to go and sell. They may choose other places, and again, they rotate and so forth on that end. So that's my feedback on that.
All right, so my feedback is going to be, I'd like to have music there. Is there any way we can get the Arts and Commission Board to receive applications for someone to play guitars in the little gazebo? I went to Green, and they just had like random people come up and just play their music with a little tip jar. Didn't cost them anything. I mean, people signed up. I guess you would probably want to make sure they're not going to play any extreme music. But I think having that kind of small town, where's our musicians at? I think that's something that we could rely on our Arts and Commission Board for. I think Councilmember McKinney hit it on the head when he said that's who we need to utilize for a lot of these things. That is one underutilized board or commission. I can't remember what it is. And I would like to see it a little more active in our community. I also agree that we need to simplify this event. I'm surprised to hear that the numbers are currently down. I'm on board with making it twice a year and then making it 2 really great events. I don't know what the outcome is in the summer, but as somebody who represents the city, I find it really hard to attend these events in the summer because it's so hot. I mean, and for those people that aren't lucky enough to be underneath the tree, then you're really hot. I do want to address Councilmember Zapata's concerns because they do matter. Anybody can set up a booth at any time. And as the mother of a child who plays sports and all of her friends are lesbian, I'm very they're our family. And I always encourage them, if you want to go out and do something and be active in your community, it takes you. Like, go out there and do it. There are nonprofits, there are groups. We could have it at both. Vendors can be at both events. But I don't know if that's something that the city needs to support. I don't think we should support hate in any way, shape, or form. I think people are free at any point to come as a vendor and set up a booth and talk about those things, because kids, especially our youth, they do need that support. And so maybe having some information or saying, we encourage everybody to come out and be a vendor. I think that's a good medium where we can have people there. That's going to be important. So for me, I like Mayor Pro Tem's idea of having it twice a year. I would like some music there in the gazebo, maybe a guitar. And I would like to simplify it, like Councilmember McKinney suggested. Keep it simple. And it would be really nice if we can get some, when I think people got mixed up with market days and they thought there was going to be farmers and food there. And then they come there and it's, and not that I don't appreciate our vendors, but how do we get these other vendors there where people are having vegetables and honey and all this homemade stuff? Come on up. What do we need to do?
I can speak to that. So that was one of the missions this year, was to bring in more partnerships and bring in those specific partnerships. There are great markers of markets, one of those being fresh fruits and vegetables, plants, a specialty coffee vendor, those types of things. We did have a vendor that was we were working with and in progress to do those things this year, and then last minute they backed out prior to the first market days. But that is an effort that we're making to try to partner with somebody. Specifically for fruits and vegetables, the largest feedback that I've gotten from those vendors is that it's not worth it to come to our markets. I think all of your feedback is incredibly important in terms of if we reduce it, we could have low participation. Our vendors won't think it's worth it. And I think the same for the other end. If we have too many markets, we decrease our vendor participation as well. And then to Tobias, your point about them not being able to make it to all of our vendor markets. So they are able to participate in any market that they want to. They don't sign up as a package deal. So they sign up as market by market. We do have a really large drop-off rate as well. So people sign up and then don't show up. So that's a large problem as well. But the largest feedback that I get from vendors in terms of those staple items for a traditional market is that it's not worth it to come to our market. There are other markets in the area that are really, really competitive with ours, that provide the infrastructure around the market that bring those attendees in. So for instance, Buda has their market downtown. They have shops around that people get to go and shop in. So we lack that as well. And then those additional activities that we have brought in the last few years, again, I haven't been here, so I can't speak to the direct thinking for some of those, but my estimate of why they would have been brought in is to increase that attendance and to draw more vendors. But I think it could go either way. The largest problem that I see is just that vendor competition.
Can I ask you if you think that the Mary Kyle Hartson Park is a good location?
From an event perspective, I would say no. We have thrown that idea out of maybe changing that location. Somewhere like La Verde, I know we use that park a lot, but that's because there is existing infrastructure and there is existing apartments there that we do get a lot of that walk-by traffic, drive-by traffic. So we've talked with different businesses at Mary Kyle Hartson to try to incorporate them a little bit more. And in this last year, we were trying to work through recommendations to how to do so.
What about Greg Clark Park? We had our first Veterans Day parade there, and it was phenomenal. And it gave the kids something to go play and do, because the park is amazing. And the vendors, the way they were set up all throughout the park, just made it feel like there was so much space and there was so much room. People didn't worry about their kids getting hit by cars. La Verde is a great park, but that is a very, very busy street off of 1626. So yeah, I was just wondering if maybe changing the location would help. That's strictly, staff feedback.
We can definitely explore that for sure.
Are we also making, if we do it, say we do it 2 or even 4 times a year, is it possible to look around the other cities and not have conflicting, the Wiener Dog races or New Braunfels, whatever they have, just to make sure that we have the best time for the vendors? I think that would be helpful. Having it so often, I think, makes it tough competition. And maybe if we build up a really strong vendor base, eventually we can expand again. But yeah, my concern is it's going to go away, and I don't want it to. I think it's a great idea, and I think it supports local business. And so, can I ask your opinion on either 2 or 4?
Are there what?
2 or 4 events, or even 3? Just what do you think?
I would say whether it's 2 or 4 doesn't really change my opinion drastically. I think the less you have, markets typically do really well with repeat attendees. So the less you have, you could potentially have less attendees, and therefore, from a vendor perspective, you would have less consistency, and you wouldn't want to come to our events. But on the other end of that, with us reducing additional events beyond market days, our local vendors would have less events to participate in. So that may increase their willingness to participate. So I don't think my personal opinion changes too much on either of those. I think there are pros and cons to each recommendation.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate. Yeah. Councilmember Zapata, and then Goza.
Can we have a column added in with the actual costs? Because I don't think people are understanding that after we cut the stage for the 4 events, it'll be $14,300 and something for the for all 4 events. And that is less than the cost of Center Street Trick or Treat for 4 events. Because
Councilmember Zapata, the total forecasted cost of event is all of the costs put in. That's $135,124, and the savings is based off of the total cost. So it's actually $24,562 to put it on, because it's taking the entire cost of the event into account, and the savings is both savings from the direct costs and the indirect costs as well. So the column you're asking for, I believe, is the total forecasted cost of event. That's all in indirect costs, staffing costs, and the budgeted costs. And the savings are based off of that. So it's $110,562 minus $135,134 would be the total cost of the event after the reductions. So that's $24,562, which is $6,140 per event if we go down to 4.
Okay. And I mean, I think regardless, that is such a nominal fee.
It's a tremendous cost savings, yes.
Yeah, I think it's a having it, I think is very important, and I will be adamant, and I will make sure that people know that this council voted against having a Pride-themed market day. I think it is exceptionally important. You can't call yourself an ally and then not proactively be one. Just the same way that you can't say it's not good enough to not be racist, you must be anti-racist. You can't be an ally to LGBTQIA plus kids or adults or anything in between without proactively making a space where people are recognized and celebrated. And to me, it is extremely important that we do so, that if the cost is $6,140 with the theme itself, I don't think I think that's a price worth paying for what it does for people. I am struggling to understand why there is a hesitancy to support LGBTQIA plus people in this community. I just fundamentally do not understand it, and it breaks my heart, really. I think it is something that we need to do, and whether or not that goes from 2 events to 3 events to 4 events, I think, one, the consistency is going to be really important for vendors. If we were to do 2 events, would we keep that same $6,140 price, or would we up the ante because we would have to do a little bit more to draw more people in, et cetera? I just don't know if it would be worth the price. If we want to talk about, real cost savings, we purchased a $1.2, $1.4 million Flock Aerodome drone, and we want to purchase another one, potentially, another $1.4 million drone. We approved a $4 million upgrade to software that KPD used that was only a year old. So we want to talk about cost savings, yet cut a Pride event that costs $6,100 to put on. There's real cost savings in other areas. $6,100 to support LGBTQIA plus people is exceptionally important, and I think it is a phenomenal use of our taxpayer money.
Okay, before this goes live on TikTok, I want to be very clear on one thing. Regardless of what my personal opinion is, and that is I do support the community. I'm not good enough, and that's fine. I don't need to be good enough for any one person. I represent a city of 60,000 people, and I have to take everybody into consideration. Everybody. This is not about my personal opinion. I cannot sit up here and make votes based on what I want because I have 60,000 people I have to think about. And as much as I do support the community in other ways, I also have to think about other people. I could sit here and say, you don't think about everybody in its totality. I could sit here and say really negative things, but that is not going to be conducive to any conversation. To sit here and assume that anybody that doesn't say yes, yes, yes is anti is very close-minded, and that makes me sad. And I apologize if me not wanting to be proactive about something. We can do it on the side. We can do a nonprofit. There's lots of other things we can do. I do not have to do that from my official capacity.
And to be fair with all of us, Ms. Zapata, we are just talking about market days and the purpose of eliminating the stage and deciding what benefits the city financially if we were to go 4 or we go with 2. And I commend, or actually I applaud former council member Dex Ellison for bringing Peace and Progress event on his own to emphasize the importance of the Black community. He did that on his own. And you're more than welcome to do that on your own as well with the support of council. And he received the support of council. Okay? So if there is something that is burning inside of you that is saying that I need to address the community of the gay and lesbian community, trans community, the Hispanic, los Latinos y todo, I did the same thing too. Okay? And I got major support. We're not attacking saying that if we don't do a pride thing for market days, that we're against you or we're anti-racism or prejudice. Trust me, I've lived in this small town long enough. You don't tell me about prejudice and racism. I remember living in this town, riding my bike as a 12-year-old boy where there was Confederate flags going up and down, especially on one that had a green car that was a constable. Okay. And they called me a name, and I'll never forget it. But the point I'm trying to make here is none of us here, I can tell you right now, is against what you're trying to accomplish. But when we're talking about right now, the focus is market days. Is if we're going to reduce it to 4 days and the budget on that. If you want to sponsor an event to bring that awareness to Kyle in a public forum about the gay and lesbian community, of the successes they have and the challenges, I will be there to support you in the audience, just like everybody else, okay? But what we're focusing on is we're having an issue and a big challenge right now. Our intern city manager is needing feedback from us referencing each one of these things. And I hear you and I respect you on that, on what you're trying to say. But I think what we need to focus on is to come back and say to him, where do we go when it comes to market days and so forth on that end. So if we can get back to that, and again, Ms. Zapata, if you want to sponsor an event on your own or to get city's help to do like we did before, I did one for Hispanic Heritage Month. Dex Ellison was proud enough to bring peace and progress, I will support you in that.
And I just want to point out, like, while I appreciate that, it has always been on the burden of marginalized communities to have to do these things themselves. And the burden should not fall on those that are already oppressed to do these things. The reason that you have had to step in and do those things, the reason that private citizens and residents step up to do these things is because there's a gap. There's a gap that needs to be addressed. And that is where the city has a responsibility, I believe, to be able to step in and address that gap. And so, yes, I do think that us supporting this is incredibly important. It shows proactive allyship. It shows proactive support. And I do think it means something. I don't like that this conversation is being dwindled down to like, oh, well, you know, it's about the market day. I think that since we started doing it, it's become something meaningful to people. Like, it's taken a meaning. Even if that wasn't the original intention, it's taken a meaning. And I think it's important that we recognize that meaning and that we respect that and we honor that. And, you know, and it will be up to this council as a whole to determine that. But I just want to make it very clear where it is that I stand and why it is that I believe that it's right for us to do so.
That is true, but please do not assume that we are all against it.
I
That's
did not say
fair.
y'all are all against it. I said it is not real allyship. Because it's not real allyship. And you can call it that, but it is not real allyship. If you are saying that I have to take into consideration every single perspective and I can't stand up to hate in doing this, then that is not real allyship.
Just because we don't agree doesn't mean it's hateful. Okay? Just because we're agreeing that, we're trying to stay on focus as far as what this conversation's about on this end. And as far as the market days, Mayor, that's where I stand on this. If you want to continue on and either make motions or go from there.
Okay, well, Councilmember Goza, I believe, had something to say.
My comment had to do more with the frequency of the market days that I had spoken with John, who had tried to implement their own little private farmers market event, possibly at CAS to coincide with ours. Correct me if I'm wrong, one of the challenges you were hearing was that we don't have them often enough for a farmers market to actually come in and sell their wares. And so that was a challenge to that. Is that correct? Okay. So that is kind of a real thing here. I mean, I'm wondering if we can have an informal something with a more formal thing the 4 times a year. But I believe kind of hearing all of this other stuff to really be, I believe it's our charge as a government to be very neutral and to not push an agenda, to be accepting of everyone. And so if we're putting themes out there, then somebody is going to feel marginalized. Are we going to have a Swedish day? Are we going to have a German day? Are we going to have this? And everybody in our society needs to feel accepted. I hurt hearing Ms. Pro Tem Tobias' story. That hurts my heart. My own child questions how she affiliates. And so I want to be inclusive of everyone and not have anybody marginalized. And I believe the best use of our taxpayer dollars is to not have any agendas, but to be completely neutral so that everyone coming in feels welcome. That is all I have to say.
All right, I just want to say, we didn't even do Kyle. We're on number 1. So I do appreciate everybody's opinion, and I really do. I think we are at the point where we're ready to move forward. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve market days twice a year. All right, I have a motion by myself and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Mayor, that I think it's clear based on the conversation, but I just want to be clear with the motion, that does that also include eliminating the stage and services?
Yes, sir.
Knowing that we want to go with the Arts and Culture Board to talk about the music and also possible cultural events and doing them in a separate way?
Yes.
Okay.
And the motion that I make, it's going to be for spring and fall. I think that's going to be the most realistic time that people want to go outside. So I have a motion by myself and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. Roll call vote, please.
Harris,
No.
Zapata,
Hate has no place here, no.
Flores Kim,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes.
Goza,
Yes.
Medina,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2. Up next, we have Easter Extravaganza.
I would just say for these, you might be wondering why they're still on here, because there's no recommendation and that we're going to continue forward with them. The reason they're on here is just for council's approval. It may be, I'm saying this in jest, it may be that you all hate extravaganza and you all want to get rid of it. That would be council's direction and we would change it, but it could be that for these, it's very simple, continue and move to the next one. So that, they're all on here because we need direction on all of them.
That is my hope. If it says 0, like no recommendations to reduction, if someone can just go ahead and make a motion, that would be fantastic.
Make a motion to approve as stated for the Easter extravaganza.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by Councilmember
Goza.
Goza, sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Bit of
Opposed?
discussion?
Yeah, you want a discussion? Go ahead.
Well, I think we can all agree that this is a religiously based event. I think it would not be inappropriate to reach out to local religious leaders, churches, and see if they would like to help participate in some of the costs associated with this. I don't think that we would get as much pushback as we might think. And so just to kind of help take even if it's a few $1,000s, take a little bit of the burden off of the taxpayers and the residents, I think it's worth a few phone calls.
We could certainly do that and maybe even talk to them about joint participation in it as well. So maybe some places don't have the ability to put one on. Maybe they could join the city and maybe help in the cost. We can look into that.
Okay, anybody else?
I just want to comment, I do think these types of events have become more secular, but I'm absolutely in agreement with that I think partnering with maybe some of the smaller churches especially, or even some of the larger ones, just to join together and cost share is absolutely an invitation that we should make. It's a very, very well-attended event. I was out there year before last with my child, and so I think that's a great idea. And thank you for suggesting that.
All right, any other comments? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have July 4th. We're going to do reduction to fireworks or drone show only. Any questions or comments? Goza, Councilmember Goza.
I am torn on this one. Our drone show is, how much do we spend for the one at the fair? Like $25,000 for the drone show?
Correct, we did spend $25,000. If we were to do a drone show for 4th of July, that cost would exponentially increase because of the date.
Okay, and so we're spending $45,000 or $55,000 for fireworks this year?
$47,500.
Okay, so do you think a drone show would be very close to that cost because of the date?
It would be close or more. Drone shows are highly sought after for the last year beyond. So I would say it's either going to be very close or beyond what we currently pay for fireworks.
Okay, so there would either be no savings or not a substantial savings is what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
Correct. Drone shows like fireworks, it would be a very small show, to put it.
Okay. I think this is something that's really important. I think it's very neutral. It is celebrating our country's independence. I would say let's go forward on the reduced, but keep the fireworks and see if we can get sponsors on a yearly basis to at least defray some of those costs.
I believe we do. Does HEB? And then this year we got a personal. So, yeah. Councilmember Medina?
Yeah, I agree with the downsizing. At least for now, we can always consider when things are in a better shape for our city to maybe bring back some of the vendors, because I know it does bring out a lot of people to be able to spend the day and do fun things. But for now, downsizing it to just the fireworks and the drone show.
Councilmember Zapata? Okay, Councilmember Harris?
I would remind everybody that this, the 250, it's a special year. An ordinary year, I'd say let's downsize. But I think this is a year in which maybe we should put more in than we even have been. That's all.
Okay, Councilmember McKinney?
As much as I like the idea of blowing stuff up, I've tried to consider sometimes, fireworks are not as appreciated by our four-legged friends, and some veterans have a hard time around that time of year as well. I'm torn 50-50 between fireworks and a drone show, and especially since the cost is relatively close between the two.
Is it too late for this year? I think,
I would just, this might help.
We're
but
talking
this
about
is
for
good
next year.
This
This is
is
for
good
next year. Okay.
discussion. Really, what you're voting on is the reduction in the event itself. Each year, we will come before
Okay.
council to discuss whether it will be fireworks or a drone show and how much it costs and what it would look like. The actual event itself would be discussed with council. To Councilmember Medina's point, all of this will be discussed year after year. If the city's financial health, as we expect, increases, then everything's on the table according to what comes before council. What we're voting on here is for next year, the reduction in the event itself. Whether it's fireworks or drone will be something that council votes on as we come up to the next July 4th event. Currently, we are shooting fireworks off this 4th of July at Lake Kyle.
okay. Okay. So do you have anything, Councilmember McKinney?
I'm a little bit curious as far as what all is getting cut out of that. Is it just like we're just doing fireworks, boom, 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 boom? and
That's
then-
correct. Fireworks and then the public safety aspect and the other departments participating. Previously, if you remember, we were at La Verde, and it was an entire event, all-day event. We had vendors, we cut all that event out, and it's just fireworks with the staff costs.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
Okay. First of all, thank you for moving it to Lake Kyle. If also on the flyer itself, it says, come join us, whatever it is, but it says Lake Kyle, very, very small. And so some people were still questioning on the location. So if we could be able to make sure we have that. Yeah, I get it's 250, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of, well, of course, we're already on. So we're basically what we're talking about is next year. And again, it's going to be on a Sunday. So, I'm okay with what we've got right here because we've got to be, again, the leaders of being fiscal responsible right now. And hopefully by next year, we'll be okay and so forth. So I'll go with whatever the recommendations that you have here for any kind of setbacks.
Pervez assures me we'll be okay by next year.
Okay, are you sure?
He wouldn't lie.
You know my line. My line.
All right, I do have for this year, I do have some things I'd like to see. If we can have like a garbage can that has recycling and garbage, that would be much appreciated. Also, is there any way that we can have, can people bring in like little barbecue pits or something? Nothing says 4th of July like food. And so I would like people to be able to cook like hamburgers and hot dogs. Is that too much? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it would be nice if you could go out
And
there.
that's actually what I was thinking in my mind. Like when we eliminate all these other
Yes.
things.
Can we
I'm
do
like,
it ourselves?
What are they going to go and do? And
Exactly.
Like, and then you miss out on that sense of community and things
Yes.
like that.
So my
Mayor, if you're
recommend,
referring to like like kind of a tailgate type of a thing, and like, yeah,
Yes,
we
yes.
could definitely look into that for next year and have
but
something.
not this year.
Well, we are shooting them off in
I know.
4 days,
5
5
minutes
days.
away.
Can people sign up to bring their own like big
But
grills?
that is definitely something we could look at. I mean, there might be permitting issues and things like that, but we could certainly look into it and see what we can
And
do.
what about coolers? Are we allowed to bring coolers?
We certainly can have that
With-
discussion.
Drinks in there?
How about a
Next
bring your own barbecue? And you bring your own hot dogs to grill on their barbecue.
Okay, so for next year, is it any way that we can incorporate like a kite day so people can come out and fly their kites? And then
It is July.
it is, well, I don't know what
That's
that means.
kind of out of the season for
It is.
kites. March is the windy season.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to think of how do we bring people together? Because it doesn't have to be grandiose. So I've always said that. Like, we can make it very simplistic. So maybe they do pop-ups, and then maybe we have like a TV, like a movie or something.
I think based on this discussion, we would bring back months beforehand a full July 4th conversation
Okay.
to council so that we could discuss all of these different elements. I think great ideas. It's just, we would need to walk through all of this and the particulars of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing for this year. I just want some food while I'm there.
Well, I think if we build off of this, Mayor, if we build off of where we're at now, and then you look forward to next year,
Okay.
you know, who's to say we could have just a DJ out there? And let's treat it like we did back in the day when we used to go to Town Lake Auditorium Shores in Austin. Everybody just brought their picnic baskets, they brought their blanket, they listened to music, they listened to orchestra music that was being played over. I know they had a live band back then, but I mean, who's to say you could have a DJ out there playing that kind of music, and it just brings people together in that sense, and they get excited for whenever we have the countdown for the fireworks. You know, you can have somebody say some words and then boom.
Boom. Councilmember Kinney?
Well, I'm hearing all of these things that everybody wants to do, but we're talking about setting up in the budget, what are we, only for fireworks or a drone show? Well, if we want these other things, we should probably budget for them.
No, I'm thinking people could bring their own, like their own pop-up, their own little grill. Like he said, a picnic. We could have even advertised, bring your own picnic, bring your own. Were they allowed to bring pop-ups to this
I think
one?
this year, if people bring food or coolers, is probably okay. If someone brings a grill and starts grilling, we might
have a problem.
conversation with them.
Okay, so we'll say no grills, right? But bring your own picnic.
So we can set that up somewhere on the
side.
sidewalk, like outside the park.
It's at Lake Kyle, and the parking's there on site, and there's a sitting, watching area. So, I mean, you know, if someone brings a food and stuff with them, I don't think anyone's going to say anything or kick them out.
Okay, well, I want you to know, I go to Austin, I go to the little place in Austin where they have concerts, and there's people on the sidewalks that sell you hot dogs. So all I'm saying is, can we do that? Set up some vendors on the, okay, I'm just kidding. So anyways, I want to make a motion to approve the 4th of July
Second.
4th. Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Goza. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Up next, we have the Kyle Fair. And you guys are asking it to be a 2-day event. Would it be like the half-day Friday, or like, noon on Friday?
I would think it'd be early, almost full day Friday, and then Saturday night would be the big, end of fair kickoff.
Okay, I
We
just want to confirm the days before we have the discussion. Go ahead, Councilmember.
So my only concern with that would be, is school out at that point? I homeschool, so I don't know exactly what the school calendar is. But overall, before you get to your answer, I do agree with reducing that because we attended all 3 days and Sunday was very, very sparse. So I'm all about what is reducing costs, reducing stress to staff, because that was a very, very labor-intensive thing that y'all were doing. Y'all were out there in the hot sun, and I am so grateful for y'all being able to do that because it's very thankless. So I just want to recognize like what makes it easy for you guys, but also provides something for the citizens. So with that, I will let you answer.
I was just going to say, we likely would not do all day Friday because of school hours. Part of that is shuttling, and we don't have shuttling until 6 o'clock because of school hours in those bus routes. So if we did move forward with Friday, Saturday, we likely would just stick to the same hours.
Okay. Do you think it would be worth having more of a half day on Sunday then to kind of keep it still at a 48-hour? Or would you still recommend just canceling Sunday and just having it for a day and a half?
I think we can explore all options. I think Friday and Sunday had very similar numbers for different reasons. Sunday really drew the family crowd, and they were able to come out and attend the carnival without a huge amount of people like there was on Saturday. So I think we could explore both options.
I am curious, do you have numbers for carnival attendance for those timeframes that could possibly be looked at as a supplemental, just to kind of see like what that really looks like? Because I know there was not a whole lot that was a huge draw on Sunday in terms of music, unless you were specifically into that. And so it felt way more relaxed and just kind of come as you go. And it felt like a lot of on Saturday didn't really get busy until we had that headliner on Saturday night. And so I just want to make sure like we're being fair to the vendors and considering their time and all of that. And so if we're going to have them there, how do we get the best numbers possible for the most responsible expenditure of taxpayer dollars?
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me today, but I can definitely get that from our carnival company. I have the total sales. That is part of our revenue. We got back a significant amount based on last year's sales. So previously, we've never been able to go above that guarantee. We haven't had sales above that guarantee, which is where we get the revenue this year. We did have sales above that guarantee. Okay. A large part of that was Saturday, but I could get those numbers for you, yes.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina?
Talking about the Sunday operating, would you have a separate breakdown that shows the expense broken down for Sunday set apart versus the income for Sunday brought in? To show whether Sunday made sense or not, like working in the dental office, deciding whether I want to shut down my Fridays because I'm not making enough money versus what I'm paying out for expenses for wages and everything. Do you have that kind of a breakdown for a Sunday?
Are you talking about specifically vendor sales or?
Just what we spent to have it Sunday versus what we made as a city income?
I don't have that in front of me, but again, I can get those numbers for you.
Okay. And then what was the other question? It's gone.
Councilmember Zapata?
I mean, I think that we should go with what staff is recommending with the, I guess, 6 p.m. start time or so on Friday, and then do full day Saturday, and then nothing on Sunday. If that's gonna, if the attendance level isn't high enough to offset the costs, then I think that's something worth it. And I know that you had stated that the carnival rides, doesn't matter whether or not we have them for like 2 or 3 days, they're still going to charge us the same amount. So I was just wondering if there was still somewhere to possibly negotiate in that. Because if not, then like maybe if it's worth keeping it on half day Sunday, it might be worth it. If it's just like a toned down, like, you know, way pared back, but the carnival rides are still available for parents to take their kids out, then maybe that's something that we could look into. Because I also don't want to waste the carnival rides if they're there and can be there for the same cost. But I also know that we have to look into all the other costs it takes to like actually put it on and host it. So I feel comfortable with staff's recommendations.
Councilmember Harris?
I'm comfortable with staff recommendations. A day and a half would be fine, I think. Whether that half day is Friday or Sunday, I would leave that up to staff.
Councilmember McKinney?
Ditto.
Yes.
I attended the Cal Fair all 3 days, and largely from the vendor's perspective, because I was volunteering with the local nonprofit. And that Sunday, we shut down early, way early. There was not a whole lot of attendees. So, especially like compared to the day before. But I think the Friday, Saturday, and then letting our staff rest on Sunday is probably the way to go.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
Well, I was going to be the devil's advocate here saying let's just mark it down to one day because it's just make it one big festival day like back in the 80s when we had all those big old concerts. Anyhow, yeah, if it's a day and a half, Friday, and then you do your Saturday and then just shut it down on Sunday. But I just would caution if we were to go with a third-party vendor because the cost would actually increase from our standpoint there. Yes, it would give our city staff a break, and they just basically let them go about doing it. But then again, you don't know who you're hiring. You don't know who the security is going to be. You don't know the type of service that you might provide, because again, they're third party. So I think I just have some nightmares from when we used to have Fair on the Square, and then I'm sure Professor may remember when we had that. I mean, well, I don't know if you were here, but this is like in '05 and '06 when Kerry was around, and then they said, hey, we're going to outsource it to another vendor. And they moved the Fair on the Square, which was very popular here. And then we moved it to Greg Clark Park. And then when we hired that company, they moved it to the racetrack. And they were charging people an arm and a leg, and it just fizzled from there. And then, this is where we're starting back up again. So we had to just kind of go from there on that end. But I think just doing a day and a half would really benefit. And I think the timing is correct on the day we have it because it's in between the graduations from high school and college, and it's not during prom season as well in April and May. So where we're at, we're also not competing against the bigger cities like Cinco de Mayo and all those other places. When I spoke to one of the booking agents when we had one of the big Tejano Stars 3 years ago, he said, what you want to do with your festivals is you want to make your weekend. Don't compete against Austin. Don't compete against San Antonio. Make your third week, which was perfect, and then that way it builds that rapport with your residents and other people and vendors as well. The third weekend of Kyle is always going to be their festival, just like the Wiener Dogs and Sights and Sounds in San Marcos, and also whenever they have the Trail Lights in Austin, it's always that same week. So we build that rapport, and I think it's a perfect timing on that end. So that's where I stand on that.
I have a question. What day is that on?
It's the third weekend of May.
Third.
It's 15th through the 17th was this past year.
Okay. I'm trying to think of a way that we work with the school so we tell them it needs to be a holiday for them. And I'm just saying that because I know San Antonio gives like certain days off for their holidays. And so maybe I'm looking at the 2027 calendar, and the 15th is not. And the next, like 2 weeks later, there's no school, so the 28th, which is, so I don't know if we could kind of work through that to just kind of align. I think it would be cute. I think it would be fun. I have been to the Kyle Fair probably for the last 5 years. And I've always felt like Sunday was kind of like they were ready to go. Vendors were like, we're not allowed to shut down early, but we're going to do it anyways. And as a little history, on top of what Mayor Pro Tem Tobias said about the city doing it, at some point, the Speedway started to pick it up, and so they did it themselves. And then it was like $5 a car. And then Kyle Chamber also did the fair. And so it's not been the city every single time, but man, the fair is amazing. I remember when they brought it back. And so I do like the idea of Friday because I think the carnival people do like half price rides, and then all day Saturday, and then not at all on Sunday. So with that said, are we ready to make a motion?
Because you're right about San Antonio. When they have Fiesta, they shut
Yeah,
down. All the
that's what I'm
schools close. All the schools close because they go to the parades.
This is one of the few that we can use hot money for, is that right?
Yes.
Are there any others on this list?
No, this is the only
Okay.
one.
Councilmember Harris?
I make a motion that we restructure Kyle Fair to be a day-and-a-half event.
Second. So we have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by myself. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Up next, we have Center Street Trick or Treat. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, because it's no change. A motion to approve the Center Street Trick or Treat.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Up next, we have Santa's Arrival, restructure and combine with Santa Rides. Now, I'm going to ask a question. Is this the same one where the Grinch is, here's my concern. Overall, I don't want to wear out our Grinch. Okay? And that happens a lot.
He's fine.
He's fine. He's got plenty of energy.
Is the Grinch speaking for himself?
Yes.
He only works 1 month out of the year.
I'm kidding, Mayor. Go ahead. I'm
I
kidding.
remember when the Grinch became a thing, and it was very simple. And I understand our city is known for that, but we need to understand that underneath our Grinch is a real person. And so take it into consideration. I just want to make sure we don't, Grinches deserve time with their family.
I think for a couple years, the Grinch was incorporated into Santa's Arrival, but I don't think last year that he was, because
No,
he has
there's-
his own.
there's a
He
time
has his
he-
own event now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're going to do.
He rode in the procession, though.
I'm just saying.
Behind Santa.
Wait,
It's rides, but for Santa's Arrival, no.
but if we're going to put the two together, what I'm saying is I just want to make sure that we don't burn people out. It is the holidays and it's fun.
Understood.
But so maybe that's something, if he's going to do the Santa's Arrival, then I think moving forward, we also need to think about the Grinch on the Green and other things, you know what I mean? Just to be thoughtful. So I'll start with Councilmember Goza.
So, first of all, I want to say that Grinch is awesome. I was waiting with my child on the street corner, and the Grinch was like, "I'm going to eat your dog." So, just a really off-the-cuff statement, because we had my dog out there, and so it was just like, "Oh, that is so the Grinch." Like, it was awesome. Apparently the Grinch likes Pomeranians. But so, like, I really think that the Santa rides, which is really where the Grinch shines, is like where I want to focus that on. And so I'm not sure that Grinch on the Green, which that's a lot of money. Do we really think 2,500 people are going to show up to Grinch on the Green? Because I thought it was sufficiently or significantly less last year.
Are we not still on Santa's Arrival?
Yeah, we're not there yet.
We're on Santa's Arrival. Never mind, I am a little off. So, okay, so how do we blend those two?
I think that's part of the recommendation.
And so we were putting Santa's Arrival and
Yes, I know. It's
The
a
Santa
it's a lot.
rides
It's a lot
together.
of it's a lot of events. We were blending Santa. We're removing Santa's Arrival, which is the stage and the sit down with Santa, take
Yeah.
pictures, flip the light, all the lights come on. That whole event would be removed, and it would be It would be merged with Santa Rides, which is where Santa rides with the PD around to different neighborhoods.
Okay,
And
it's
we
all
would have-
coming back to me now, and I'm
Okay.
with you now, so apologies. I think that that's actually absolutely perfect. I think it is the good blending of, the cost savings, but also just the stress on our employees and the people who are doing overtime to do these things. And so I would absolutely be in favor of that.
Okay, Councilmember Medina?
Yeah, I agree. If we're going to combine the Santa rides and the Santa's Arrival, that would save us some money there, and I would be on board with that.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
When we say combine, does that mean like just completely getting rid of like Santa's arrival like down here and then just doing the Santa rides? Is that what we're saying?
We would remove the event down here, yes, all of it, it's all gone. But the Santa rides, we would blend it to the point that he's kicking off from Mary Kyle Harrison Park, and there would be little elements of the previous event, Santa's arrival, with pictures. We would have council down there. They would kick off from there, and then the rides would take off. So, but you're right. That whole event of having vendors there and having a stage and having music, I think it was 4 to 6 hours or something, and then flipping the switch and all the lights coming, that would all be gone.
Okay. I was gonna say, would it be possible to have it ending there versus starting there? Because I'm just thinking about like traffic and people racing back. Like if Santa takes off before people are able to get back to their homes, then what would be the point of Santa traveling around?
Absolutely, we could.
So it
yes.
might just be more cute to be like, okay, kids, now time to get in the car because we gotta go see Santa at the thing. You know, I think that would be a little bit smarter logistically.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I don't mind combining the two, but the tree lighting is a significant event. So if Santa arrives at the park after going through the neighborhoods, then we could do a tree lighting event. It doesn't have to be huge like it's always been, but we could have some music. We could have the kids' choirs.
When Santa arrives, the lights come on, something like that. We could absolutely do that.
Have them turn the lights on, yeah.
Councilmember McKinney?
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion as well. We need to have a lighting ceremony. I think, we spend too much money on the lights to not have some specific, like, hey, we're kicking this thing off right here, right now. And I think having Santa come back and having Santa do that is kind of the right way to go. Refresh my memory, though, because I don't remember us being able to hit every neighborhood all in the same day. I remember this taking multiple days. So how would the logistics of that be?
It was multiple days, you're right, but we're thinking the kickoff of it. So when the first day that he starts to go through neighborhoods would be also where we merge the lighting.
Okay.
From what I recall, it's 3 days.
I was thinking 3 or 4.
Yeah, so on the first day, you would go, and then we would light up, but then the next 2 days.
Then you're just cruising around.
Yeah.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
I'm just thinking about the traffic guys. You want him to go around the neighborhood. Remember, these kids are still in school at that time. If we're gonna be lighting this tree at what time? 9, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night? So if you want, it's like, let's get Santa going down Amberwood, and then, there's a wreck, there's an accident, and then we're trying to come over here, and then we're still waiting, and it's going on 9 o'clock, and then, we're waiting for him to turn on the lights. I'm looking at, in that sense of a logistical.
Somewhere every Parks and Rec is cheering because they know these logistics and they do it every year.
Yeah, on that end. So I get it. It's a traditional thing, but I'm pretty much more in favor of him showing up at 6 o'clock. We do our little spill. We'll say Merry Christmas, ho ho ho, light the tree, and then boom, you're off. And then maybe he'll start with the downtown area, and then again tomorrow he'll end up Plum Creek, and then hometown, and then across the ways. So that's how I'm looking at it, is doing it before the.
So if I'm understanding your suggestion right, doing away more really with the Santa rides and having more of a Santa's arrival?
No, I think Mayor Pro Tem was saying that if he ends for the lighting, it's already late. So we're doing that late at night, and kids have to go to school the next day, but they're going to want to be there to see it. And so he's saying it would be better to do it earlier. Still have it as Santa's rides, just do the lighting earlier.
Do the lighting at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, I
we used to.
misunderstood.
Yeah, like 6:30 was when we always had it, or 6. Just have them show up, we'll do our little PR thing, and then boom, he's off.
Well, the lighting needs to be after dark.
Yeah, 6:30, that's why I'm saying 6:30. By
Yeah, what
then,
time
it's
does it get
gonna
dark?
By then, it's gonna be dark. That's why we always had it at 6:30.
in December, it gets dark around the time that we lift off. It wouldn't be quite dark enough that we'd be able to do the lighting ceremony, but my recommendation would be that we do it prior. So we might just shift those times a little bit. It is a really long route, and by the end of it, our Santa and our Grinch are very tired. So my recommendation logistically and for our staff's sake and our Santa and our Grinch's sake would be to do it prior, but we could absolutely explore all of the different options that we have.
Right now, the vote is just combining it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve Santa's arrival.
Second.
I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda item passes 7-0. Up next, Grinch on the Green. And you guys are saying no recommendations to reduction.
This one, staff just, it's a well-attended event. It seems to be growing, so our recommendation was to continue. Obviously, if council has different direction, we're open.
What is the time frame?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I believe it starts at 4 o'clock.
And what
4
time
to
does it
9.
end?
I'm sorry?
What time does it end?
9 o'clock.
Okay, Councilmember Goza?
Even though it's well attended, I feel like that is a lot of stress on our staff. I feel like especially with budget constraints, I feel like already doing like the Santa's arrival and the Santa's rides, even though we just moved to combine those, like, I'm not sure that that's something that I think we need to be focused on right now. Other people will obviously feel differently, but at 37,000, like that's a considerable amount of money. So that's something that I would like to put on the back burner, but that's my opinion. So there we go.
Okay, Councilmember Medina?
A question on the logistics, the lighting for Grinch on the Green. If we're talking about, in a later on item, reducing the light budget and the number of the additional parks with lights, would that cut out any of the lighting that we would have had at the La Verde for Grinch?
Tori, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the lighting and what we put up for Grinch on the Green is included in the Grinch on the Green budget. It's not included in the lighting for the other parks.
That is incorrect. So the lighting costs that we do have at Grinch on the Green are included in our light budget. And that would be, unfortunately, that would be cut. So part of moving forward with this event would be that we incorporate that cost. You can see that we do have a little bit of savings. So my recommendation would be that we absorb some of those lighting costs, not all of them, mostly for the photo ops.
So then would the possible forecasted budget go up higher than the 40,000 for the lighting, or would that be included?
No, we had some savings in Grinch on the Green. We underspent this year. So I would just utilize those savings too.
Okay. And then on Councilmember Goza's part, should we decide collectively to do away with Grinch on the Green, we could always do something different to utilize the Grinch, like how we had the Easter Bunny at the train depot, have a day where we're bringing people out to the train depot and having the Grinch out there, type of things like that, so we can still utilize him for less and still bring people out to our community.
Yeah, that would be up to our Grinch. This is a voluntary event for him, so that would be up to him if he'd like to participate in those events.
Okay. That's all I have. Eat a dog again?
Councilmember Zapata?
I don't know. I think our Grinch likes having a whole day about him. That sounds like pretty Grinch-like to me. And so I think my question is, the reason that we have it from 4 to 9 is the 4 o'clock starting time, like for those with like younger kids who maybe don't necessarily want to be around like the hustle and bustle. I guess, what is the reason for starting at 4? Because if I remember, is it on a weekend or is it on a weekday?
It's on a weekend. It's on a Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'm just wondering why it has to start at 4, especially if we're talking about lighting and whatnot. Then at 4, the lights aren't necessarily going to make like a huge difference. And so I just wonder what like the cost savings would be if we went from like 4 to 6, and did 6 to 9 instead.
Yeah, I can't speak to the exact reason why we chose that. I wasn't here during that time, but with all of our events, that is absolutely something we can consider. We can consolidate events, make them smaller, reduce elements. Yeah, that's absolutely something we can consider moving forward.
Okay, because I don't know if I would want to reduce elements, just the time. Just that, and like I also know that the Grinch might get pretty hot, because he doesn't shave or anything, doesn't wax. So I just think that, if we take that into consideration, the timing with the heat and whatnot, because unfortunately it stays pretty hot in December in Texas. And so I think taking that into consideration is necessary as well.
So you did remind me, something to consider, and part of the reason it's coming back to me now, part of the reason we do a longer period for this event is because of the line for Grinch. So there is a period of time where Grinch does go and meet council and other dignitaries that we have, and then he'll come and stand in line. We, this last year, had to turn people away, and it was a significant period of time that he was in the suit. So part of the reason why it is that long is because we want to be able to service our entire community as much as possible.
Councilmember Harris.
Well, last year it wasn't hot. It was so cold. It was so cold and drizzly and miserable, and still people were in line to meet the Grinch and be with the Grinch. I think it is a super unique event. Kyle, with just doing it the one year, right? Last year was the first year? Second year. I think that it has become a part of Kyle. It's looked forward to, and people from all around come for that. I love the lighting, turning the area La Verde green. It just makes sense. It's beautiful. I would suggest leaving it as it is, maybe making it till 8 instead of 9 in case it's freezing and we're all out there shivering, and so are the kids, but they're still going to be in line. And 4 o'clock, of course, is when the little kids are coming. We might want to start having the Grinch out in the Grinch area earlier than what we did last year, so that there wouldn't be such long lines. But I think this is a marvelous event, and I would like to keep it.
Councilmember McKinney?
I agree. This is one of our best attended events, and people do come from all over. I talked to somebody last year that drove a little over 3 hours with his granddaughter to come and attend. And he could not go on and on about how great a time that he had and how impressed he was with the event the staff put on. It was, last year I remember telling everybody like they really outdid themselves. So I also do not want to completely cancel Christmas, and we're paring down a lot. If staff feels comfortable making no reductions, then I would love to see us keep doing what we're doing.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
I echo on everything. The Grinch is a Kyle original, and again, it's been a great feedback from the community on that end. So if the city staff and city manager feel comfortable with this budgeted amendment item and it's no recommended reductions, then I'll stick with what we got.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
I wanted to mention that too. Like it is something that we can say like, this is a Kyle thing, and we don't have a whole lot of those. So
I will say my opinion is to make it a shorter amount of time. And I understand everybody wants to come out and everybody wants to take a picture with the Grinch. Everybody, I mean, it's always like, sometimes even when you go to the mall, you're not going to get a picture with Santa because the time's up and everybody wants a picture with Santa. And so for me, I would look at either 6 to 9, like Councilmember Zapata said, or 5 to 8, because 4 to 9, that's a lot of trying to entertain somebody. I don't know if anybody's ever tried to entertain a party for 5 hours or 2 hours or what. That's a lot of energy. And so to stay in that character for that long, I think is a lot. So if we narrow it down to 3 hours, maybe he'll give his best performance.
Yeah.
And we'll make people happy. And maybe we don't do pictures this time. Maybe he just walks around and I don't know. That's a lot to ask someone just to sit there and take pictures with all these people. That's a lot of energy. And so, I don't know if you want to look at just having him walk around and take pictures that way. Or, no, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. The kids will clamor to you. Yeah, I just, and I think it is important to get their feedback as well, because we're asking a lot of that staff. So, is everybody in favor of the 3 hours? And what do we think about 5 to 8 or 6 to 9?
Just maybe decide on the time, but make it 3 hours.
3 hours, yes, okay. All
make it
right,
3 hours.
so I would like to make a motion for the Grinch on the Green to have only one change of 3 hours, and that's it.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right, it passes 5 to 1. All right, up next, we have 25 Days of Christmas. And you guys are asking us to reduce the frequency of the event, offering reduction of lights, budget, or numbers of parks with lights. So basically, we're going to be doing Mary Carl Hartson Park, which is how the city originally did all this. I don't know how it got, I love the idea of decorating all of our city, but I know like 5 years ago, it was only Mary Carl Hartson Park. And that's where we have, I think, our biggest turnout. So go ahead, Jesse.
I was just going to say the reduction was, if you recall, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all month, the little activities and stuff, we would reduce that down to probably 2, maybe 1.
1 week?
Okay.
One of those weeks, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Make it a 2-week deal.
As well as the lights, as you said, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Goza?
I go back to how much effort our staff puts into all of this. And I think that reducing it can make it more meaningful and also put less stress on our staff. So I'm on board with that.
Councilmember Medina?
I would agree with the reduction as well. Save money for our city and save time and stress for our staff.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I agree on the reduction. And why we ended up with lights in other parks was we bought new lights for Greg Clark Park. So we had surplus lights that we put over at Lake Kyle. So that was the reason for lighting other parks, was we just upgraded the lighting down in the Mary Carl Hartson Park. But so yes, I'm good with the changes.
Councilmember McKinney?
I can be okay with these changes, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 25 Days of Christmas with the reduction.
Second.
Discussion. Can I say one thing?
I haven't said anything yet, so I
Sorry.
do want to speak. I do want to say, I remember when we first did Mary Carl Hartson Park, and we spent almost $1 million. And then the next year, they spent even more. And so the fact that they keep on spending does not need to happen. So just because you buy something, maybe you shouldn't buy it, and maybe you shouldn't stick it in other areas. I think what we have at Mary Carl Hartson Park is amazing, and no mas. No more, you don't need to go buy new lights, you don't have to doctor it up. I know that tree is extremely controversial. People either hate it or they love it. Some people want an original Christmas tree. I don't know, but I'm just saying, part of why we are in the financial situation that we're in is because we were buying. And as fun as that is, maybe we didn't need to. If we have extra, that means to me, maybe we don't buy anymore. So that's just my opinion. Councilmember Goza?
The only thing I was going to say is with the Lake Kyle, we have a whole lot of electrical outlets already set up. And so we could have it where it's sponsored by companies to set up the displays if that's something that we wanted to do. And that was something I had suggested when we were doing the Christmas tree lighting last year. And so while we're trimming stuff down, I do think if companies want to come in and do that, that might be something that we could offer.
Yeah, what do you guys think about HEB?
We could definitely look into that, see if they want to do a lighting sponsorship, something like that, for sure, especially in those locations.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, Wimberley does that. Highly successful.
Can you guys do that? I think
Yes, that is something we were currently looking into.
that'd be awesome. And if you can't, no big deal. And if you can, then that's, we'll have to maintain it and we'll have to pay for the lights, but that's going to be cheaper than what we're currently doing. So I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by myself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve Santa's rides because that kind of went hand in hand with Santa's arrival. So motion by myself.
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Mayor, we need to vote on City Fest.
Oh, man, I did, didn't I?
Appreciate the thought, though.
I put the wrong thing down. Sorry about that. All right, so thanks for calling me out. All right, so City Fest is just eliminated. Is that correct?
This was from prior council direction, so it's already been eliminated. This would just be voting on that, you're okay with this, and you didn't want to change it in some way.
I mean, if it didn't have the State of the City incorporated, because I'm going to be honest, I think we got to give some kind of statement to the people, especially during a time of deficit. So what's that going to look like? Because at some point City Fest became the State of the City, it meshes the two together. So I don't necessarily want to get rid of one aspect of it. And the other one, I'm okay just totally getting rid of. I don't think we need to have a party to have a State of the City, although I do want people.
State of the City was a chamber event for a long time.
For a long time. Yeah, so can
When
we?
it changed to ours, that's when it became City Fest, and
But I did like that concept of having people come see it for free. So the problem with it being at the chamber is then it's only paid and not everybody can see the event. So how do we get an event where it is free? And then, I don't want to say free because there's a cost to everything. How do we allow the residents to see what we have to say?
Mayor, my suggestion would be to come back and maybe discuss the State of the City as a separate event, just because
Okay.
you're exactly correct. They were merged together. It became one and the same. State of the City is very important to your point, especially in the times we're in. So I think we should come back and just talk about State of the City as an event, whether it's partnered with the chamber, whether it's something the city puts on. But it's not contemplated in any of these events, so I think we should probably come back and just talk about it by itself.
Okay, with that said, I'd like to make a motion for City Fest to be eliminated.
Discussion.
Yeah, after we do the motion, we can do a discussion.
Second.
Okay, so who seconded?
Me.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Zapata. Go ahead and discuss.
So I liked that City Fest also took into consideration, they did a lot of budget, just letting people know what was going on with the budget and updates and whatnot. And so just as that is being combined with Center Street Trick or Treat or certain parts of it.
Yeah, we thought that the elements of the city having booths and being able to, different divisions and departments, and being able to talk to residents about it and stuff would go well with that because people are walking down the street and we, I think, have vendor booths at that event as well. So we thought it would go well together, just to blend those two.
Okay, I think one idea that I had, and I know that we've already talked about July 4th, but would it be possible to get resident feedback prior to a budget being finalized or even proposed? So for example, I think there's nothing more American than participating in your democracy. And so being able to do that, I think on July the 4th would be a great option for us to get feedback prior to.
We do a budget survey every year, but I will pass this to our interim city manager regarding budget feedback because I wouldn't want to speak on that.
I mean, not this year, but for next year.
That would be another city manager's
Decision. Oh, what are you trying to say? All right, so is there any other discussion?
I was just gonna say, I think in future discussions of events, we could definitely work something we certainly do a wide sweeping budget survey every single year for the upcoming budget, but working elements of that survey and then maybe direct feedback from into events, we could certainly do that. What events those are, we discuss with council, but it would be helpful.
Yeah, I think it's just
And we
because, like I
do.
said, I didn't want to lose the aspect of that.
And we do have public hearings as part of the budget process.
Yeah, but if people are going to events, that's generally like a better way to gauge feedback because people go there primarily for the event, and so it seems less pressure, much more approachable and whatnot.
Yeah, and even if we can get a little QR so people can scan it and give us their opinion that way. Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
When the comment I have about the state of the city, are you wanting to do it in an open forum where there's an audience, or we could just do it right here in City Hall? You could just go ahead and address the city from here, and it'll be broadcast live, and you can give the points, because when we did the city before, Travis would give a whole history of what was going on and gave a rundown, and when we did it over there at the chamber, it was just basically, this is what's going on with the city. So if we want to just address the city, let them know what's going on, let them know the positive things, let them know the negative things, but let everybody know from there. We could probably just do it here.
I don't know about all that.
Well, I'm just saying, if that's what we're trying to do, is when we need to address the city, it's just like if the president coming up on here addressing the nation, it's the same kind of deal.
We probably have to
we
turn
just
that
address-
around. I don't know.
Yeah,
I want to
just-
make it less formal. I want people to be able to be comfortable and, I don't know.
Well, I'm just
Again, we
looking
can
at
talk
it,
about
I'm
that
just
again.
looking at it as if what message we're trying to really get across to the people.
Yeah, I get it.
So.
I understand that, but, in my mind, I would also like to have residents that we've helped come up and maybe businesses that are opening come up. Everybody just kind of come up and say, this is who we've helped and this is how the city's grown. Not to just the extent of a PowerPoint slide, but also having Buffalo Wild Wings there, or the new McDonald's there, or the Root Cellar there. There's a lot of people that I've spoken to. I'd love them to come up and just be recognized and say, these are the people that are in our community, and these are the residents that we've helped. We have, I probably can reach out to 50 residents and be like, hey, you guys want to come and just be seen, just be known, so people understand that we are working for them. We are here. So I don't want to just sit up at a podium and be like, this PowerPoint says we have this in revenue and we have this in sales, and that's, to me, is kind of mundane.
I'm just kind of looking at it from a cost standpoint, that's all. We're just trying to get a
I'll just pay for it with my stipend. You're laughing, but I will. Okay, so we got a motion and a second for City Fest. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And we did Santa's Rides, so now we just need to go to the next screen. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Almost there.
These should be much easier. We're not recommending any changes to any of
So,
these
okay.
except for the last
Can we
two.
do these top four all together?
That's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yep.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion for Founder's Day Parade, Veterans Day Parade, Memorial Day, 9/11 ceremony, National First Responders Day, and Flag Day.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, next thing we have is Jams on the Green. Reduce Jams on the Green programming to quarterly frequency. So that's going to be 4 times a year as opposed to 6. Okay. Is that going to be, that's going to be like,
Just the event itself?
yeah.
What does it look like? Is that what you mean? Or it would be once every quarter and it's a band comes up, plays at La Verde. I think there's vendors there as well, some games, things like that.
Okay. Yeah, come on up. Because I do have a question. Because I love music. Like, I am a child of music all the way from the 20s into now. But I also love the idea of giving people an opportunity. We don't have to pay them. Some people might just be willing to come up and strum their guitar and sing. And would that save us money? Can we get, like, the Arts Commission on a mission to find, like, 4 really great artists? I mean, we used to have, this is so crazy, we used to have Kyle's Got Talent or something like that. It was like American Idol or whatever, and people loved it. So can we have?
I nominate Tobias to be our
Tobias, yeah, he's
first.
over there trying to air guitar, jam out some things. But if we could do that, and we can save some additional money, just say, hey, if you guys, we have artists that want to come out and sing. I think that's, and it's not just about the money, it's about people incorporating, into our city and being like, hey, I remember being a part of that event, and I remember singing when I was in high school in that event. That I would really like to see.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. We are currently exploring working in partnership with a national agency that does pay on behalf of artists that we would get at no cost. So that's something we're currently working on at the moment. Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. Okay. Councilmember Harris?
I actually think that Laverde is a wonderful resource that is underutilized. I think having this on a Thursday is a problem. Friday or a Saturday would be so much better. Even a Sunday evening would be fine. I think that I would prefer no reductions. I'd like to see us do it more frequently, but we can certainly not have to pay for the entertainment. Once again, back to Wimberley, that's my son and daughter-in-law own a couple of restaurants there, so I'm familiar with what's going on there. But they have, at Willow Lake, they have entertainment almost constantly, almost every night, and it's free. They just come jam, and they're wonderful. Well, some are wonderful and some aren't. But it's fun no matter what. And having a picnic out on the green in Laverde and listening to the music, whoever's out there playing, I think that we could arrange to do it more frequently rather than less frequently and at little or no cost.
All right. Do we want to go? Does anybody, Councilmember Koza?
What is the biggest cost with this?
The largest cost for all of our events, I will say, is infrastructure. So it's bringing in restrooms, it's light towers. We don't have that in any of our parks. So specifically with this one, it is a pretty low-cost event. We do bring in light towers for some, not all of the jams, just depending on the time of year. And then the band cost would be our largest cost for that one.
Okay. And we've got the restrooms there.
Correct. So this one does not require a restroom.
Okay. So really, it's just having the lights, and then the artist is, okay. I mean, that being said, like, I think until we get something that's more permanent, where we don't have to bring in and rent those types of things, I feel like reducing it to quarterly would be a compromise to have those cost savings. And then as the city gets back on its feet financially, bringing in those more permanent lights, like for kind of an amphitheater stage or something along those lines. But right now, I'm in favor of reducing it to 4 times a year.
Okay, Councilmember Medina?
Yeah, I agree, reducing it to 4 times a year for now. Again, we always reevaluate as the years go by. And if in the future we're able to partner with an organization like that helps provide the music for less or lower cost or no cost, then we can always look at increasing at that time.
Councilmember Zapata?
I think, and I know that we're talking about cost savings, but I think one of my concerns has always been that I would like for us to be able to put art throughout the city. And so the fact that it's only at Laverde, where a lot of our other major events are, they seem to be either be at Laverde or here downtown and not much on the east side. And we do have parks that we've just recently updated, and so I would like us to just see what the cost would be like if we held one at a different park each time. To get people exploring the parks, using the trails, and just to give people who live in other parts of the town different opportunities to be able to attend them equally is something that I would like for us to potentially look into.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilmember McKinney.
If you haven't had an opportunity to attend one of these, they're actually they're really cool, really chill, very fun events. I posted up in one of the little hammocks and just kind of almost rocked myself to sleep because it was kind of a slow jazzy band that particular night. But I absolutely loved it. I wish it were better attended. I think a lot of it is the night that we have it on. I think that's an excellent point. Because that's the only reason I haven't been to all of them is because it just happens to be on a night that I'm normally just not available. I got too many other things going on Thursdays, but it is a great event. I don't want to see it go away, but if it keeps on life support to go down to 4, I can live with that.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
I think the date or the day of the week matters a lot. Having it maybe on a Saturday evening or a Sunday evening would probably be cool. And you can also maybe do a call out to local artists. There's a lot of great bands that are here in Kyle that would probably love to showcase. I know one guy in my neighborhood that plays in a band. He plays at the Oasis quite frequently. And I might send a message to him, say, hey, would you want to bring your band or maybe be interested? So maybe we can also look at that to say, hey, anybody in Kyle, if you got a band you want to showcase, hey, we have openings for this night, Jams on the Green or whatever. And then you never know. They just may want to give their time and their talent to the city and just get that exposure. But I'm in agreement with everybody else here.
All right. So I will say, La Verde has the amphitheater, which is really great for music. But I do like the idea of having music in other places. We have the gazebo over at Mary Kyle Hartson Park. So I don't know how council feels about splitting it between the two to make sure that, there's music everywhere. I love art. I love music. I'm okay with cutting it because, well, first of all, we've got to change it from a Thursday. There's 95 people. There's no way. So if we can have that go to a Saturday, I think you're going to get a much better outcome. And then what does council feel like about splitting it between the gazebo and then La Verde?
I think the reason why it works at La Verde is because people can take out their blankets, and like throw them down and like sit down and kind of spread out, or like have the hammocks. And so I don't know if that would, like, I would say Greg Clark or something like the pavilion, right? Like if we already use that, if people use that for different festivals and whatnot, to me that would make like a better option.
The Ash Pavilion. I know it's utilized probably every weekend for, the skaters, I say skaters, hockey players there are there all the time. So I don't know. And they have priority, right?
They would have priority. I would have to also look into all of the logistics of that, of making sure that we have power and things like that in those areas. But we can explore all of those options again.
Okay. I'm okay with having it at the Green, again, because we specifically built that $10 million park for theater, for music, and so if we're going to have it, we need to utilize it. And I don't
think
know.
there's some validity to keeping it consistent in one location, just so there's
Okay, yeah.
less confusion. I don't want people not understanding where it's at.
Well, let's find out what the success of this looks like, but keeping in mind in the back of our head that, hey, we would like this in other areas, and how do we make that happen? So with that said, I am going to make a motion for it to be Jams on the Green. I'm going to accept your recommendation of cutting it to 4 times a year with the exception that it's going to be on Saturday instead of on a Thursday. That's a motion.
Second.
I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney. Is there any discussion?
Looking forward to Saturday date nights.
Saturday nights, yes. Bring your picnic basket.
Discussion. I have a question.
Councilmember?
How much more stress does having it on a Saturday versus a Thursday night put on our staff?
It wouldn't necessarily. We have moved to a model where we don't necessarily require overtime or provide overtime for our events. That requires our staff to flex out, which impacts normal operations. We only have 2 maintenance staff that work this event, plus probably 2 of my staff. So it's a pretty low effort event. The only reason we've had it on Thursdays is the primary focus of this event was to activate La Verde. It was to make sure that we have programming in a space that we have we were supposed to have programming in. And because we have 43 events, it has been relatively difficult to find a date to put that programming on a Saturday in addition to everything else.
Right.
So we could move that to a Saturday if council wishes.
Okay, I'm just, it sounds kind of cliche, but like I really do worry about staff. I worry about burning them out. I worry about the demands that we're putting onto them. So moving it, I'm fine with, as long as it is not going to put more stress on our staff. And I'm hearing from you that it will not. Is that correct?
That's correct, it will not. That event happens after operational hours anyway, so regardless, it would require staff to stay outside of normal operation hours.
Okay, thank you.
And then I just had some concerns, I think based on, and I just, so if they because they flex the time and we don't pay for overtime, you said that operations, like normal operating hours, like take a hit.
Yeah, that would require them to utilize hours they would normally be operating in the week to work our events. That's pretty typical of most cities. We moved to trying to limit our overtime as much as possible in the past couple of years. That's not a new initiative.
Okay, I guess now I would be curious as to like the totality of the hours, to know how many hours are being impacted during like normal operations, so that way we can, I guess, better adjust. And I know that we're decreasing a lot right now, so it'll go from 43 to whatever this, final number will be. But I guess I'm curious as to like how much of an impact does that have on normal operations, and what are things that aren't being done or being done late or can't be done because staff is having to flex their time.
Councilmember Zapata, it's a great question, but the decisions of who's working those are not made in a vacuum, so they're not scheduled in a vacuum, so it's not two people that are now working that event and all of a sudden something just completely drops. Whatever they're flexing out, whatever time they're flexing out, is being scheduled with the other members of that group, whether it's park maintenance or beautification, so that while there is some stress because they're flexing out, that stress is being evaluated with who's going to work that event on Saturday. It's not a decision that's made in a vacuum, if that makes sense. So to keep services up, I don't want to say there's no impact, because there is some, because people are off. But with two people working these events, it's a large department. There's the ability to flex those out, and everyone knows who's working those events and what it's going to impact, and other people are not working those events and will work that day. So it's not quite as extreme as it sounds, that people just won't be in at work and doing what they're supposed to be doing because they work this event. It's all scheduled out for that reason.
Okay.
Hopefully
all right.
that helps a little bit.
No, I think that does. I just wasn't sure whether or not the impact was nominal or, so I wanted to ask the question anyways. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, because I guess I would look at like, hey, who's available to work on Jams and Green? Well, Mark and I are available, and we like going over there anyway, so we'll flex out our time. And let's say you guys like to go work over there at the park for whatever event. We already know, being in parks, we're going to be working on weekends because that's where the majority of all the events are happening. It doesn't happen on Monday or on Tuesday. It happens on the weekends. So is that kind of how it would always work, to where you look at the schedule to say who's going to be available? If not, I'd have to assign somebody.
That's exactly right.
But sometimes they just volunteer, say, yeah, I'll work
Managers
it.
would also be looking at their own work schedules
Mhm.
and go, hey, you two, I'd love for you guys to work that event, but that will affect this. So, they were gonna evaluate who's gonna be off and what that flex time is based on what it affects. So it's all being evaluated by the managers of all those departments as they volunteer for those events.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, you're right. 'Cause if him and I work, then if he needs to flex out on a Thursday for a doctor appointment or leave early for vacation to go fly again, to go to Florida or somewhere fishing, you just work those things out. Cool.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Up next, we have movies in the park. And it looks like you guys want to reduce the movies. And can you tell me, there's 11. And how many do we want to do? 4. And can we make none of them in the heat of the summer?
We could. We have dive-in movies, so those dive-in movies would take the place of the movies that we traditionally have in June and July.
Okay, and that's a pretty good turnout, 137. Yeah, but I think 11's a lot.
Yeah.
And where are they at?
They are spread around all of our parks, so that was part of the reason why they were increased, to my knowledge, was to help activate all of the different areas in the city of Kyle.
Okay, and they're going to be at 4 different locations?
Correct.
All right.
That's
Yeah.
perfect. 4 movies. You got Rocky 1, Rocky 2, Rocky 3, Rocky 4. I mean, there's the whole year right there. Yeah, I mean, man,
There's
this
a lot
is
to say for
great.
Sylvester Stallone.
This
He's
is great,
smart.
man. Yeah, 4 movies. That's all you need.
All right. Does anybody want to? Is there any discussion?
No, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. I think Councilmember Zapata.
I was just wondering, why is there such a drastic cost difference between movies in the park and Jams on the Green?
In the approved budget or in the total direct cost?
I think in the total direct cost.
Movies in the parks, they have an offset. So movies in the parks, because they do go to every single location, like I mentioned earlier, in a lot of our parks there is a lack of infrastructure. So we do typically have to bring in light towers. We do have to typically bring in bathrooms, things of that sort. And then we also have to pay licensing fees for that event. So all of those factors weigh in.
Okay, but it still costs less than the total forecasted cost of Jams on the Green.
Correct, yes.
And that total forecasted cost for Jams on the Green, was that for that quarterly frequency or?
Jams on the Green, there were 6.
Okay. So I'm guessing that price would come down now that we're moving to 4. So would it be roughly around that same amount, that 21,000?
The savings would be $13,843.17 for that event.
Okay. I think because I'm just trying to figure out why we can't have Jams on the Green throughout if we're doing movies in the park throughout and the cost seems also less.
Yeah.
Or just about the same.
Like I said, we could explore that. I think the cost for Jams on the Green would relatively increase. I'd have to do more research into it. But Jams on the Green does require sound. It does require a DJ. And putting those services out in other parks that may not have the infrastructure for that would carry increased costs potentially. It's something I would have to do research into and come back to you.
All right, Councilmember Goza.
So I move to go with staff recommendation to remove movies in the park programming to quarterly frequency.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Goza, a second by Councilmember Medina. Any other discussion?
Well, do we want to pigeonhole them into 1 per quarter or just 4 per year and let them be flexible?
Oh, that's up to you. Yeah, do you just want to do 4 a year or 1 per quarter?
My preference would be 4 per year. We would alternate them with Jams on the Green to make sure we have programming every month.
Does she need to amend her motion?
Yeah.
Nope, because I feel like that's totally understood.
This is really for budgeting purposes, so quarterly for a year, staff can figure out how to make the money work.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Up next, it's easy because I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the story time in the parks.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor, or is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Traps Unplugged. I don't even know what that is. What is that?
I don't either.
Traps Unplugged is a event that is hosted by our Texas Parks and Recreation Society. So that's a professional society in Parks and Recreation in the state of Texas. They made an effort for this event to get people outside and get people unplugged, hence the name. And they encouraged different cities in the area of Texas, in the state of Texas, to incorporate this event.
Okay, when did they do this?
It's October 21st.
Did they do it last year?
Correct, yes.
And
Last year was the first year.
First time. And
I don't remember this at all.
I don't remember this either. Who
It's on top
advertised
of
this?
everything. I'm like, I have no idea what this is.
Okay, well, if we don't know that we didn't have it, then I'd like to make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for Traps Unplug.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Do we have any other slides?
No,
Or do I just
Council?
adjourn?
Council, thank you so much.
We thank you for your participation.
Thank you. You guys did good. Thank you, guys. Yes.
Thank you for rescheduling. Are we adjourned or no? Okay, we're adjourned.